Welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission Day, Tuesday, September 21st, 2021. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Stephen B. Grant,
Present.
Vice Mayor Woodrow Hay,
Present.
Justin Katz,
Here.
Commissioner Christina Romulus, Commissioner Typhon Serga.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Jim, we have a closed door session.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Florida Statute 286.0118, we are going to break out into a closed door session to discuss the Ron Ryan versus City of Boynton Beach pending litigation. In attendance in the closed door session will be myself, Assistant City Attorney Gal Batesh, City Manager, Court Reporter, and the Mayor and members of the City Commission. We will be approximately 45 minutes. When we return, we'll simply resume the City Commission meeting where the agenda picks up at that point.
Meeting recessed. All right. Welcome back. The city has reconvened from our closed door session. I would ask everyone to please rise for an invocation by Pastor Randy Patterson of Seacrest Presbyterian Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag by Commissioner Katz.
Would you join me in prayer? Father, we thank you for watching over our city, Boynton Beach, and its nearly 80,000 residents. The psalmist rightly wrote, "Unless the Lord builds the house, those who build it labor in vain. Unless the Lord guards the city, the watchman stays awake in vain." So we know that we are not alone, but that you, the sovereign God, are watching over us and guarding us. We pray for your blessing and mercy on our city and all of its residents. We pray that you will strengthen our families, both physically and spiritually, giving to fathers and mothers wisdom as they seek to raise up their children. Give us wisdom to know how best to care for those who are in need or who are infirm. Give to the people of our city a spirit of rich generosity. Restrain those who would act lawlessly or do harm to others or act in ways that are detrimental to our community. And where there are broken relationships in families or between neighbors or between the races, we ask that you would bring reconciliation and healing. Would you prosper our business community so that all may find jobs that will provide for themselves and their families? And we pray for your mercies to our city as we go through the second half of the hurricane season. Be pleased, we pray, to direct the remaining storms out to sea. We pray for the leadership and authorities of our church, of our city. Help them not to give up in difficult times. We know that during these days we may not know exactly what to do, so we ask for your wisdom. Renew each one in a sense of purpose for their labors. We thank you especially for those who are in public service and for all of those who have come this night with an interest in the workings of our city. We pray, Father, that you would watch over our mayor and vice mayor, for our commissioners. We pray for each of the members of the police and fire department, together with all of those who serve in any capacity in our city. Protect them in their line of duty. We know that the work of the City Commission is difficult and exacting, as was evidenced by the need for this closed door session, as well as each of the matters on tonight's agenda. We pray that you would give wisdom and unity to all who are involved. Let each one be heard. Where there is litigation, may it be resolved satisfactorily to those who are involved. Help us, O Lord, and heal our land. We are weary of the strain of this pandemic, the stress it has put upon our family, our churches, our cities, our hospitals, our schools, our first responders, our teachers, our businesses. We ask that you, the great physician, may heal our land. But we will not waste these challenging days. Father, may they be an opportunity for us to grow in loving you and loving others. To you, O Lord, be all glory, honor, and praise. May you give spiritual revival to our community, filling her with faith and joy and hope. For we pray in Jesus' powerful name. Amen.
Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of the nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Moving on to agenda approval. I do believe we received an addition for community support funds from Commissioner Pensurga. And so I'd like to put that under items 5C. In addition, there has been a cancellation of the National League of Cities conference in Salt Lake City. It is now a virtual conference. So if we could have a discussion that's on the city managers to put back the city commission meeting to that Tuesday.
Will it be online?
Yes, it will be virtual. Yes.
Yes.
Is there any other additions, deletions, or corrections? Motion approved. As amended?
Second, as amended.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Informational items by members of the City Commission. Commissioner Katz, would you like to begin?
Nothing to report at this time. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Romulus,
Mayor, I have nothing to disclose at this time. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Pensurga,
I have no disclosures at this time.
Vice Mayor.
I would like to state that on Thursday, September 9th, I had the opportunity to work with the Feeding South Florida once again. And on Saturday, September 11th, we had the 9/11 celebration at the amphitheater here at Town Square. On Thursday the 16th, I had, well, it was Yom Kippur, but also my wife's birthday was on the 16th. Okay. And on that Sunday, I had the distinct pleasure of teaching a class, believe it or not, on the Day of Atonement. And on yesterday was my birthday. That's all the disclosures.
Happy belated birthday, Vice Mayor.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Romulus.
Mayor, if I may, just real quick, when Vice Mayor mentioned 9/11, just a quick kind of thing to promote out there. If you have Netflix or if you have some time, check out this documentary called Turning Point. I watched it and it was on the entire kind of survey of from the years of 1979 when the Soviet Union inhabited Afghanistan to where we are now with the things happening in Afghanistan and individuals coming here and how all that really kind of was a reflection and a real kind of reasoning behind 9/11. So it was a very informational documentary and I would suggest anybody watch it if they have some time. So it's called Turning Point. It's on Netflix.
Thank you. On September 9th, I attended the Literacy Coalition of Boynton Beach Mayor's Literacy Luncheon. And it was to kick off Read for the Record, which is October 28th, the last Thursday of the month. Hopefully all of the commissioners will be able to read to as many children as possible so that we get the title back. In addition, I saw the new AmeriCorps crops, and after speaking with Commissioner Ronlis, it is more of a need for affordable housing here in Boynton Beach, because the Literacy Coalition is the ones that houses all the AmeriCorps for Palm Beach County, and we want, and housing was an issue with our low turnout this year. In addition, that evening I met with the American Academy, providing a tour of the city and helping them hopefully find space. On 9/11, it was the 20-year anniversary, the remembrance, and I received a request from Human Rights Media to talk about my speech on 9/11, where I kind of went into the history of Afghanistan as well. And I have received a request to speak about that because it goes back before 1979 to the 3 different Anglo-Afghanistan wars and the 30 different empires that have occupied that area. On September 12th, I went down to Kendall for Mexican Independence Day and spent time with the Mexico's Consul General. On September 13th, the Downtown Business Coalition had a meeting at the mayor's office. It was a good meeting talking about the different events coming up, and I encourage all small business owners to get involved. If they'd like more information, they can email. I'm going to shout out to David Scott to help get on the mail list. On the 16th, fasted for Yom Kippur. I wish everyone an easy fast. Today, I was at Palm Beach State College's Boca campus to welcome the new provost, Van Williams. And I spoke with Ava Parker and stated that if we have extra space, I would like to partner with her for other classrooms so that hopefully we can get more programs from Palm Beach State College into Boynton Beach. In addition, I wish everyone a happy Sukkot. That is all the informational items for myself. And moving on to 2B. Conduct second public budget hearing for fiscal year 2021-2022 final millage and tentative annual operating budget.
Would you like us to do the presentation again, Mayor? The PowerPoint, we have it loaded. I know you've seen it 3 times, but you let us know. We're ready.
So I'll ask the commission. I'd make sure that we open it up to. I'd like to make sure we open it up to public comments to see if anybody has any questions, so that staff could answer any, hopefully in the presentation, and then we'll open it up again. Make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak, and then we will make our comments and go from there.
Mayor, it might be helpful for the benefit of the public if I read the 2 resolutions. Of course, they have to be adopted separately. The first resolution is Resolution R21-119. A resolution of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, adopting a final millage rate for the city's general operating fund for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2021 and ending September the 30th, 2022, providing that the final millage rate of 7.8900 mils is 3.32% above the rollback rate, which is 7.6362 mils, providing for severability, conflict, and providing an effective date. The resolution is Resolution R21-120, a resolution of the City of Boynton Beach adopting a final budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2021 and ending September 30th, 2022, providing for severability, conflict, and an effective date. Again, the millage comes first, followed by the budget when you finally get to that.
So I'll ask anyone from the public that would like to speak on any of the items on the budget. John, if you can make sure the ability to speak for GoToWebinar.
Yeah, Mayor Grant, this is John McNally. I have enabled the options, and for the public's information, you can request to speak by either clicking on the raise hand icon, and I will unmute your microphone at the appropriate time, or you can type your question into the question section, which will then be read into the record.
All right. Looks good. And does the commission want a presentation?
Mayor, nobody in the public here wish to speak either?
Nope.
Yes. My name is Gary Fishman, and I live at 3504 Diane Drive in Boynton Beach, Florida. Been here for 30 years. This is a budget-related item that had been discussed over the years, and I'll get to that in a moment. I was coaxed by the mayor to come to this budget meeting. I come today as a longtime Boynton Beach resident to further discuss the canal and culvert issue. And the culvert issue is something that should be part of the budget at some point. Between the streets of Diane Drive and South Lake Drive in Boynton Beach. We are trying to work with the city, the county, and the state to assist us with working through the treatment and responsibility of our canal and the culvert. Right now, our canal is overwhelmed. If you came by today, it's overwhelmed with weeds. 99% of the weeds are coming from Lake Ida. The culvert being too low, too small, and partially clogged to the north prohibits the proper flow. It appears that the help from the city and the county could assist the state and Florida Fish and Wildlife to take the required responsibility. On September 8th, there was a vote prior to listening or investigating our findings. We request more help, please, now, this year. I really appreciate your listening to me. I really feel that the culvert and the canal is an issue that should be part of the budget. We can get it paid for by the state, but we need your help. Also, there was reference to the fact that the county was involved somehow in trying to get this resolved, but when I speak to the county, they don't know anything about this. So I would like to try to get the names that our Commissioner Christina Romulus had referred to, and I guess the city attorney had referred to the fact that there was communications with the county, and we still are trying to figure out so that we can work with the county because we are a part of the system. To drain Lake Ida, our canal was part of Lake Ida, and therefore our canal should be treated as well, just like Lake Ida. I appreciate your listening to me. I look forward to hearing everything about the budget for my city that I love. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fishman. And I appreciate you coming here. I do believe it is in the budget.
The canal assessment?
Yes.
Yes, well.
The canal assessment is a separate budget item. It was adopted at the last commission meeting, but
the money would go to our general fund.
we did listen to the comments that Mr. Fishman made at the last meeting, and we have begun the process of reaching out to both the state and county again to make the points that he made and see if funds are available. If those funds were available, they could serve in the future as a substitute or reimbursement for any assessments that are collected.
But otherwise, we have no ability to clean the canals or culvert without the assessment, or to take it out of another issue of the general fund.
Currently, it's funded through the assessment.
Okay.
And Mayor, Mr. Fishman, I think with the county staff, our city attorney worked with the county attorney's office, and I imagine we can email you the names. When you reference us working with the county, that was to set up a special assessment. We worked with them for probably a little over a year, and it was deemed they didn't want to move forward. So we'll get you that information.
I'd love to get the information, and you do have my email, and thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Our pleasure. And if you're Mr. Fishman or anyone, if you would like documents, we have public records requests through the city clerk's office. through our website to get any sort of public documents.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know if this is appropriate at the time of the budget meeting, but I want to speak about, is there money in the budget for these speed bumps that we've been needing and I've been advocating for many years?
I'm going to have to ask you to state your name and address for the record.
Bishop Bernard Wright, current candidate for mayor, CEO of Bernard Wright Ministries, 713 Northwest 2nd Street, Boynton Beach, Florida.
So, and you're talking about Northwest Boynton Beach, north of Boynton Beach Boulevard, south of the canal?
No, we're talking about in various areas of District 2.
Okay.
Especially down 4th Street, especially down that 1st Street down by that school, also down 2nd Street where I live. And there's some other areas it's necessary. And they are in every area where there's predominantly white, and especially in other communities in predominantly black areas. So I've been advocating for like 6 years now about that. And I appreciate if y'all get that on the budget so we can definitely initiate that and let's do it as soon as possible, because by the grace of God, we have not had any fatalities. They walk to school to Galaxy. There's no sidewalk going down former Commissioner McCray by his house. I mean, for years, there should have been. I mean, when I was going to Boynton Junior High, which is Galaxy now, never been a sidewalk there. So I want to bring this to y'all attention. Appreciate y'all gracious attention to this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And do we have money in the budget for traffic calming measures?
Yes, sir. I don't know that number offhand, but with the new Drive Safe Boynton program, we did program, I think I'm guessing around, Andrew, 40 or 50,000 for different calming, tools. And then, Mr. Wright, I know we have, I don't know if you contact Gary, have you reported those areas? Because we have like a process that they'll do a study and we take a look at what's going to work for each neighborhood, and we have a list.
I have in the past, but not in the recent.
Okay.
So I'm glad it's, back on the table. But one other thing, since my 3 minutes up, I want to know if y'all can put in the budget for people like myself, my man Tory Orr from Born Strong, but not as entities, but as individual activists of this city. Knowing the work we have placed for him 5 years going on, mine going on 9 years. We market stuff for you all with pamphlets, things of that nature. You don't have to reach all out for who's going to do these things for every event and festivity that we have in this city. We even need some type of electronic that, somehow to get people informed on when we're having things, not just in District 2. We're talking about a one Boynton now, because we're talking about change for the better for the people, bringing unity and community. That's my platform, but it should be everyone's own. Standing up against systemic racism, so hey, how about putting that in the budget for your activists out there that's doing things, and we'd be working free. We know that there are other agencies, there are other entities that you all sometimes employ. I have been employed by the grace of God, and we extending our labor. It shouldn't be in vain.
Absolutely.
Take that under consideration.
I do think that's an aspect that our marketing budget needs to
in the marketing area, yes.
To do into the sense that in social media influencers we see making thousands, if not millions of dollars. We have our own influencers here in Boynton Beach, and this is the 21st century marketing, because not everybody reads a newspaper anymore.
That's right, and we're on social
Excuse
media.
me, I'd like to finish.
Yes.
And so that's regards to your question. To answer it to individuals,
yes.
I don't think we're able to do that unless they're a licensed business. So that way, if there's, if Mr. Orr is part of Boynton Strong Outreach and Community, you said you're part of Bernard Wright Ministries.
I am CEO of, yes.
So we are able to give to businesses that are licensed in the city.
Okay.
I would be happy to do that.
Okay.
And then the question then is, we want to make sure that it's the city's message that is being promoted, not Bernard Wright Ministries. And as there's a partnership, yes. For example, I want to make, I spoke with the city manager to make sure that Juneteenth is part of our city budget.
We're trying to bring everybody to the table, let everybody do what they could do in this way.
And so that's something that I don't think, it's not limited just to District 2 events. I think it's, like you said, it's part of one Boynton. So we need to make sure that we're reaching out to all of Boynton and its influencers to get everyone to our events. So I appreciate you coming here and, letting us know. Is there anything else that you said you wanted to add?
And I thank you in conclusion. This book, by the grace of God. Thank you, Commissioner Ty. You have something to say?
Mayor, if I may, one of the items I heard you say, Bishop Wright, is an issue regarding sidewalks around the school.
No, speed bumps.
Okay, I thought you had mentioned sidewalks in addition to
A
that.
sidewalk, yes, down 4th Street, Northwest 4th Street, definitely in need. I mean, been decades without.
And you've been watching kids go there without.
I mean, walking, I mean, yes. I mean, mornings, every morning for years, because I take my grandson to school every year since pre-K, and that's been here in 6th grade now.
All
Go
right.
there to pick him up. That's every day, man, consistently.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
And thank you so very much. And it's in the minutes where I have advocated for this in the past. Thank you so very much, you all.
Uh, 106 Northeast 7th Avenue. Torior, how y'all doing today? Well, I was coming in to speak on what Bernard was speaking on. And it's no need me really to say too much. He's pretty much said everything that what we're looking for. We are an entity of Boynton Beach, for the last 4 years, Boynton Strong Outreaching, we would love to be a part of something. We always passing out literature. Not to saying we do it for money or anything, but we would love to get conversation by the city. I know our company will. And we're having a peace walk on the 25th of September. Another peace walk in Boynton Beach. It's much needed. We're starting at 5 o'clock. If anybody want to join, we're gonna be starting at MLK and the Shacks restaurant and come all the way down MLK and going to Cherry Hill. Then we're gonna go into Carolyn Sims Center. We have people just stopping. We're gonna be stopping at stop signs, talking, praying and just speaking on, what it looked like to have a great Boynton again, 'Cause, we've been going through a lot of violence in the city, and if we constantly need, we don't have all the answers over there. We could anybody, any suggestions, that what we can use to do over there, because it's hard over there. We have a good commissioner in there, I talk my little crap, but overall this man a good commissioner for our district. And he need help too. From the whole diocese board up here and the whole community as well. Because like you said, like Bernard said, we looking for a one Boynton, not 2, 3, just one. It's a great cities, and I hope to see a couple of people out, maybe on the 25th, come help us with this peace walk. Anybody's welcome in the city of Boynton, anywhere. You don't have to be color, creed, And like you said, we just looking for, to be a part of the marketing program, Boynton, not Boynton Strong, and the city of Boynton, that's what we'll push, And I don't know too many more people push it like me and this man have pushed in the prior for the city of Boynton. And we have came down here and raised all kind of sand. But the love for our city we got, y'all know we still get a little shot to the people. Me and my man Andrew Mack, we ain't hit it off at first, but now that's my main man. You know what I mean? Take a lot for a man to go back and apologize when you're talking crazy to another man. I did that. And like I said, I don't have any more much to say. Bernard's covered up everything that, what we're trying to do, what we're looking forward to doing in the future, doing some things with the city like we've been doing. If we don't get it, we don't get it, but I'm gonna still push my literature out for the city as well.
So I do have a question. Are you trying to start up again Peace in the Hood?
We are trying to start up Jazz in the Hood. When the stage get rebuilt, we want to bring jazz to the Boynton, bring some chairs out every Wednesday night, 6 to 10. We got local jazz artists who don't mind coming out, opening up for us already. We have great speakers coming out. It don't matter, speakers, church, it don't matter. Anybody can come out and speak. We're gonna have literature out there, information for people. That's what we're trying to do when the park reopens for the sound system. So we're not trying to do the basketball anymore. We're trying to do jazz peace festival. All right. So with that, I'll see y'all later.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, I just want to thank you, Tori. You know, we've had lots of one-on-one talks, you and I, and, you know, we've discussed how to, you know, really just kind of get some things going. And I appreciate just the work and your diligence and the fact that you keep coming here week after week, talking to us and advocating for the community, the community, not just, you know, District 2, but the community as a whole. And I agree with you that it does take a village. It takes all of us coming together to make a better Boynton, and a stronger Boynton. So I thanked Bishop Wright last time he spoke. I wanted to make sure I personally thank you as well, because in my years here, I've definitely seen the growth that you've been through. And, you know, I think being in office for these last few years myself, you know, it can get frustrating at times when you want to get things done and it's not moving and it's not going the direction you want it to go and it's not happening as fast as you want it to happen. And that can get frustrating, especially for young people like you and I. We expect things to happen like this,
Yes.
right? And when it doesn't happen, it's kind of like, what's going on? What's wrong with that? But, you know, I've seen so much growth in you, and I just appreciate you for just staying the course and being here day after day, time after time. And, you know, it may not be everything that you've seen happen that you want to see happen, but I'm sure you've seen some progress.
Yeah.
And I hope that we can continue to make more. So thank you.
Sure. Let me also say, Tara, just, you guys keep up the good work that you're doing. I'm glad to see the community, the city, Boynton Strong and the other organizations working together.
Yes.
That's what it's going to take. I would like to extend a challenge to you in terms of you calling me or I'll call you a little more often, because what happens, I've been getting some misdirection on instructions on what's really happening. And I show up and it's nothing there. So I'm going to lay the challenge on your side of the ball, on your side of the fence to call me directly. Okay?
Okay.
Will you do that?
Yeah, I'll call you directly.
Very good.
I will. I got your number.
Keep up the good work.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Ernest Mignoli, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach. This public comment is on the budget, right? It's not the public comment later, right?
This is only on the budget.
Okay, good. Okay. So, of course, listening for a few meetings to what a lot of people are talking about, crime and a city that seems to have, let's say, services, maybe law enforcement, fire, safety issues in certain areas, but not in other areas. And a lot of DWI, DUI, over-serving drugs in certain areas and not in other areas, and patrols in certain. So my question about the budget is, listening to people, what and where in the budget is there something for the public, the 80,000 people who live here, to be part of some kind of city oversight board? In other words, that we can come together and talk about what you all are doing, what we think you're not doing, the conditions in the city. And I'll tell you why I think there needs to be a budget for that. I decided a few months ago to start to really look into Boynton Beach history, crime patterns, things like that. And I have to tell you, before I bought here in October of last year, I never thought that this city was in the worst and lowest categories in Florida. As a matter of fact, it's in the bottom 67% of the whole United States. This 16-mile, 80,000 people city, if you look at the FBI statistics and the UCR and all the real data, there's a lot of problems here. And after I sort of became a semi-victim of some things here, I said, you know what, I'm too old and too handicapped to get involved in this. But when you see people talk about children and around schools, and what was it the other night? Two people parked at a traffic light in Boynton Beach, both dead. I mean, what does it take after 10 o'clock to patrol around and see how horrible things are. I mean, you don't even want to go out. And then I'm concerned that there's not enough budget for communication, because when you try and reach fire, when you try and reach police, when you try and reach the city, you have emails and nobody responds. When you call, I mean, a crime could be an hour in the process before anybody even answers the phone. So what I'm saying is, I think there should be in this budget, and maybe there is, but something funded where 80,000 people can have some residents that we can work with the city in a way to express our concerns and report things that we see. Because, I mean, if you go out and you either have glasses and your prescription is up to date, I mean, you see crime right in the process around children, in parks. You see bars over serving, drug dealers and stuff. That shouldn't be. This is a family city. This is a family city. So my question is, I don't know if there's a budget, but I'm suggesting, as a full-time resident homeowner here now, that somehow, maybe it's in another part of the fund, but that this mayor and commissioners get together and allow to be formed a citizen resident, some people call it different things. It could be citizen committee, citizen oversight, where we get a chance to look at all the data and we get a little help. And the reason I say that is because I'm doing a lot of research and it's costing me a fortune. I mean, I'm filing Oprahs and I'm doing this and it's costing me a fortune. And I don't think that I should be putting out all that money for that. I'd rather give to, charitable things. But instead, to try and help Boynton, I'm putting out a lot of money. I'm getting a lot of things wrong, but I'm not getting any reply or any answer. So again, I'll say, I hope that if I'm not aware, that I could be made aware of two things: that there's an interest in the city in having a citizen board or oversight or some kind of commission, and that there could be some money in there to fund that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, Commissioner Katz.
Yeah, just I'll point out to the public that we have about a dozen resident advisory boards. We also have public elections every 2 to 3 years, whereby any resident can decide to avail themselves of public office and sit on this dais, which is a citizen committee. That's all of us are citizens of Boynton Beach. So there are a number of opportunities I'd tell anyone who wants to get more involved to look into, specifically those advisory boards. And as someone who's ran for public office, I encourage anyone interested in getting involved to do the same, because it is an honor and a privilege. And I think everyone should have that experience if they're able to.
In addition, I do believe we're starting up our Citizens on Patrol Academy this winter. So anybody who's interested in helping the city patrolling the streets, we do have those vehicles. Lori, is that correct? And so are we switching out for, I know that we had a bunch of police interceptors that we are getting off the street, selling at auction. Are we somehow upgrading the Citizens on Patrol vehicles as well?
Andrew Mack, Assistant City Manager. Yes, those are pre-funded, so they are scheduled to be replaced.
Okay, thank you. And can I ask are we trying to replace them with SUVs or something that's a little bit higher up so they get a better view?
Right now, I believe the pre-funding is for light vehicle, but that is something that we are looking at. We're steering away from big cars. We will be looking at possibility of electric vehicle for them as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Grant, this is John McNally. There is a member of the GoToWebinar audience that has raised their hand and asked the question. If you like, I can unmute Mr. Rick Perry. I'm sorry, Petty. You are now unmuted.
Yes, good evening. Ricky Petty, 217 North Seacrest Boulevard, Boynton Beach. Yes, so I know in regards to the budget, I had a question in regards to the funding being used and want to know if it's possible to have a line item that would support digital inclusion. As we know, seniors, young people, and caregivers have limited access to internet and mobile devices, and also are able to operate them effectively. So want to know if there's a line item or if it could be a line item in the budget to support digital inclusion.
Thank you for talking about this issue. This is something that I really want the city to help support. I do believe there is a conversation in regards to the city's, or that's in October 5th. So on October 5th, in our future agenda items, the Palm Beach County School District and the Education Foundation of Palm Beach County will provide an update to the City Commission on their digital inclusion program. So we're going to have that. As for seniors, we are also going to have a discussion tonight in regards to a franchise agreement with FLSC, and whereas they are helping providing the city with funds for nonprofits. Recently, the city has given $1,800 to Roots and Wings. And so you may be asked, make a request to the city for certain one-time events of those funds. So I don't necessarily know if we are going to have a line item budget for this. I know that we have American Rescue Plan funds, and that is a possibility that we're able to spend it for. And if possible, we could do that. Or it is possible that we have another funding road with FLSC, LLC, Textile Recycling.
Okay, thank you.
So Ricky, I would suggest that if you're looking for funding, we need to know what you plan on doing with it and how is it going to be spent, and a little bit more detail.
Okay, no problem. Work on it.
I encourage you to attend meeting on October 5th so that we can hear what's going on with the Palm Beach County School District and the Education Foundation.
Will do.
And John, is there anyone else online?
Mayor Grant, I do not see any other hands raised or any other questions posed in the GoToWebinar interface.
And so I'll ask the commission, would you like to make comments, hear the presentation one more time? Or we can go, if there's no further discussion, we can get a motion.
I don't need another presentation. I would make a motion that the millage rate will be as stated 7.8900 for the 2021-2022 fiscal year.
Mayor, that could be accomplished by a motion to adopt resolution R21-119.
119.
119.
Yes.
19.
Yes.
Thank you.
Second.
Yes. So we have that motion. Is there any further discussion on the millage rate at 7.89? Hearing none.
I would like to say, Mayor, that I would probably expected a little more input from the public and a little more excitement, because anytime that the commission of the city takes your millage rate down, that's saving $1 or $2 in your pocket.
No, this is pennies.
Well, this is the first time in several years.
8 years.
8 years. It's the first time in 8 years that it has gone down. It's been 7.9, but it's going in the right direction. Maybe the following years it will go even further down. So just wanted to make that observation to you, that your millage rate is going in the right direction.
Correct. I do want to thank the commission. I tried to lower the millage 1/100th of a mil last year, didn't go through. I feel that this is something that the city needs to move forward because let's say something bad happens and the property valuations go further down, we would need to raise the millage. I don't see that happening, and I feel that this way we are not taxing the long-term residents like Mr. Fishman as much, because we do know that property values are increasing a great deal here. And so that, with no further discussion, Jim, do you need a roll call?
No, it's a resolution.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. And both resolutions have been read, so is there any comments or discussions from the commission on resolution 21-120?
Mayor, I also move that we adopt the resolution R21-120, which is the final budget for the general fund for 2021, 2022.
All right. And so I do have a question regarding the final budget, you know, the ARP funds that we have. Is that like in an ARP fund category so that the commission in the next, well, the current commission in the next 6 months can decide what they do to spend with them, or?
Yes, it's going to be kept separate.
Okay.
And then we're going to talk, we've asked for a workshop on November 9th before the CRA meeting to start talking about funding some projects.
Okay, and I know that we have certain projects along with this agenda as well. The one project that I don't know if has been spoken about, I know that a lot of the other cities, counties, states in this country have done raffles. And, you know, I'm glad to see that this past weekend we were able to give out $15,000, almost $15,000 in gift cards to people who haven't still gotten their vaccine. But I think one of the things that we want to do is make sure that that might not be enough, but if it was $100,000, according to a raffle for anybody that is a city resident that has a vaccine card, is something, because we want to make sure that everyone has a perception that it is good for the community to get the vaccine. And I feel that this is something that the funds are used for, because we want to make sure that the perception of a vaccine is that it is more beneficial than harmful. So we'll see if we can get moving with that.
Mayor, I'm intrigued by the idea of a raffle or a lottery system. Yeah. I know that other cities have done this. So I'd like to ask staff that as your research, if you could just look into what other cities are doing as well and how it's turning out.
Yes, I think it's probably a little bit early for the statistics following up after the initial initiative, but John, we have been doing that and collecting that. In fact, our vaccination event to get people back to the second shot that didn't do the Johnson & Johnson, we have a $500 raffle that they can voluntarily, if they want to, put their name in. And we had about 148 gift cards given out, but the numbers are showing a little bit more for the vaccine. So we're going to reconcile with the community health, but you know, that's a good chance to win $500. So we made sure, and right. Cities are doing that. I've seen $25,000 raffles. Any way you can imagine, cities are doing it. But yes, we're collecting that now. Whether or not, I think it might take a little bit of time, I guess, to see how effective it is.
I mean,
overall, but
I think it's also in the point is that we want to make sure that anybody who has already gotten their vaccine is not unable to be part of what the city is doing for the people that haven't gotten their vaccine. So that's because I want to make sure that there's that perception, because one of the things is that I would hope that our residents would speak to their friends that live in the community if they gotten their raffle ticket yet, because it's something that we can get behind for all of the residents here that have gotten a vaccine, have the ability to get a large sum of money.
Mayor?
Yeah.
If I may, I would prefer perhaps that it's something that would venture around the idea that maybe there would be 5 $1,000 gift cards given out or something. I'm not comfortable with just one $10,000.
I wasn't saying 10.
I thought I heard you say $10,000 earlier.
I was saying 100,000.
Sorry, what?
$100,000. We got 80,000 residents here approximately.
Okay, well, okay, I guess I completely misheard you then, because I thought you said 10, now you're saying it's
But
100, but
so if you want to give 10,000, that's something that I'd be
no.
happy as well.
Here's the thing, if we have $100,000, I'd rather use that for building affordable housing or something else. I would not be okay with saying, here's about $100,000 just because we want you to get vaccinated. Like, again, I know that this is a whole conversation and there is a little bit of self autonomy that has to be taken place here and people have to make the decision for themselves. We're going to incentivize them. I'm okay with that. I'm happy to do that. But I think there's a limit. I'm not comfortable with just giving out $10,000 to people just in the hopes that they'll get a vaccine. I think there's more beneficial things that we can do with that money, in my personal opinion. So I'm okay, absolutely okay with, us kind of.
Let me know if you need anything.
Goodness, I'm sorry. My Siri is talking back to me. But yeah, I'm absolutely okay with us, doing it in some small increments, maybe 500, 1,000, couple of those gift cards and making it where, and that can, I think it can accomplish the same thing that you're hoping to, which is that it will create that positive buzz that people will encourage others. Oh, you could win $1,000, go get a vaccine. But I think we're creeping into the neighborhood that.
I understand. And so it is not just for people that haven't gotten their vaccine. It's for people that have gotten their vaccine.
Either way,
Yeah.
either way.
Okay. And so that's, we how many times have we disagreed over the years? So
Friendly too, still
it's
friendly about
okay.
it.
I understand your point of view.
And we'll be bringing you some ideas. Again, Commissioner Pincirga, some of that data for the workshop of what other cities are doing and then talk to the commission about prioritizing, where we want to head first with the expenditures on some of the projects and so forth. So
Absolutely. And Lori, I think my number one question is what works?
Right.
That supersedes all things. What works?
The conversations Saturday were very interesting, talking to different individuals and why, just casually, all over the spectrum about why they came in and what the $100 means to them or not, or it got their attention. It's very interesting to see how, but there was 148 people there that otherwise would not have been vaccinated.
Thank you.
Next, have we moved up item 11B?
No, but I'd like to finish this item before we adjust the schedule. That's okay.
I guess I would like to also, in addition to, I agree with what's been said, but I would like to acknowledge Eleanor. I don't see her here, but she did an outstanding job. She was there from early morning to the whole day without probably taking a break, her and her staff on Saturday. And they did a phenomenal job. I was there all day, but I went to watch the football game a little bit. And I came back and she was still there. So for Eleanor, I just want to give you credit where credit is due. And I think you did an outstanding job. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
and Mayor.
Yes.
If I may, I like to try to give people kudos by name and not just Eleanor and her staff. So I think that would include Laura and Chelsea and anybody else. If I'm missing, please feel free to shout their names out.
Your finance director and deputy director were not letting those gift cards get in anybody else's hands. And they were there for 10 solid hours on Saturday to make sure that they were good stewards of the gift cards being distributed. So we had quite a bit of staff there. Recreation, police was a huge help.
Absolutely.
All over. Fire.
Wish I could name them all, but thank you all. Just
the group effort.
Add your name. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you. So seeing no further discussion on the budget, we have a motion and a second. Is that correct, Crystal? All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes unanimously. Vice Mayor, you said you wanted to move up any of the items before announcements or
Since
after
we've already
announcements?
discussed in 11B, let's just continue that conversation. 11B is talking about, if the rest of the commission agree, it's where we consider.
No, we're not there yet. That's not the conversation we were having.
No, it was something very different than 11B.
Okay. So we'll wait on that then.
So what I would like to do is that I'd like to do the announcements and public comments. And then if the commission would like to move any of the items, we can do that at that time.
Okay.
So our first announcement is by Laura Landsberg, Assistant Director of Marketing and Events, of the winner of the Guess the Census Promotion.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This is Laura Landsberg, Assistant Director of Marketing and Events. I'm here tonight to announce the winner of the city's Guess the Census promotion. To increase awareness and response rates in the 2020 census, last fall the city created a Guess the Census promotion. Community members were invited to submit a guess as to what the city of Boynton Beach's population would be as determined by the 2020 census. 125 entries were submitted. Just announced on September 16th, 2021, the new city of Boynton Beach population is 80,380. The winning guess of 80,342 was just 38 away from the actual population. Here tonight to accept his prize is McLean Thompson. Mayor has the certificate we're going to present, and Mr. Thompson will receive a Best of Boynton package that includes several items from amenities within the city, such as $100 toward a private facility rental, passes to the Schoolhouse Children's Museum, free yearly parking at Oceanfront Park Beach, a parasailing experience for two at Boynton Beach Parasailing, a $25 Mission Barbecue gift card, and much more. Congratulations, Mr. Thompson.
I love it.
Parasailing, barbecue,
Hey, such a deal.
beach parking.
I should have taken that survey.
Sign me up.
We hit the 80,000 mark. We did it.
What about Bud's Chicken? How about that?
And Mayor, if I might, we have one more announcement. First Friday at 5 is a monthly concert series to be held in Centennial Park and Amphitheater. The first Friday at 5 is scheduled for Friday, October 1st, beginning at 5 p.m. Audio Tramp, a 4-piece classic rock band based in South Florida, will perform. Local food and beverage food trucks, such as Just Eats and Bobby Hot Dogs, will be available for patrons. The event is free of charge and will end at 8 p.m. Ample public parking is available on the street and parking lots. The public is encouraged to bring chairs and blankets.
Wonderful.
Laura,
Yes.
who are the food, are we making it like a open to food trucks across the area?
Yes, there will be food trucks there. So far, we have booked 2 and we might be adding more.
Okay, are we like publicizing to the different food truck vendors?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
The food trucks will change each concert series.
Okay.
Commissioner Romulus, that we've been calling, I think we're on our 28th one today. So we're trying to hit as many local and let them know that the series will be going on for 9 months. So we want to try to get different ones.
Excellent. Thank you.
And did you tell the mayor where he placed in?
Oh, yes. Mayor Grant, actually, you came pretty close with your guess in the Guess the Census. Your guess was 80,307. So you were pretty close.
So
Maybe the rule should have been closest without going over.
We'll try again in 10 more years.
Yeah. I used, birthday was March 7th. So, I was, when I got elected here, the city's population, was somewhere around 75,000, 76,000. And, I always said that we're going to hit 80,000 by the end of 2020. And I guess we did.
Yes, we did.
So very exciting. And I guess the city's continuing on growing because we know that we have more residential projects coming in and being developed.
And Laura, kudos to you as well for just taking us through the census process. I know this was new for you in your role, but personally speaking with you, with all the different community organizations that you got in touch with to help make sure that we got a proper count, just kudos to you. So good job.
Oh, thank you so much. It was great to work with the team on the project. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Our next announcement is for City of Boynton Beach, a Deaf Awareness Month. Proclamation will be accepted by Lance Fisher, President of the South Florida Deaf Senior Citizens, Inc. All right. You ready? That's all right. All right. City of Boynton Beach Proclamation. Whereas 93% of deaf children are born into hearing families, only 7% are born into deaf families. Whereas American Sign Language is the third most widely used language in the United States. Whereas deaf people do not feel that they are disabled in any way, where in fact we must recognize that deaf people can do anything except hear. Whereas 466 million people worldwide have a disabling hearing loss, and 48 million Americans have significant hearing loss. Of these, almost 6 million are profoundly deaf. Whereas to learn more about the types of educational programs and support services that are available to deaf and hard of hearing children. Whereas we believe Boynton Beach's deaf, blind, hard of hearing, and late deafened individuals should have the same access to many benefits and opportunities available to live, work, play, and communicate in Boynton Beach. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of September as Deaf Awareness Month and encourage all residents of our community to do your part and wear a clear mask, take an American Sign Language class, or learn more about deaf culture.
Yay. Thank you all. I guess I'll go ahead and start.
This is one of the newer employees working in IT. He's going to be speaking there.
Them? The interpreter will interpret my voice. So whatever you want. Mr. Mayor, commissioners, and citizens, and also my friends, I just want to say thank you for recognizing us and giving this proclamation. It means so much to us and to the deaf community. I'll go into detail as to why it means so much to us in our community. Me as a young boy, when my family discovered that I was deaf, and nobody at that time had any awareness of what deafness was or even where to begin. So it was my responsibility as a child to learn how to communicate with my family and my friends. I had to acclimate because they didn't know sign language. We didn't have interpreters back then. So I grew up not really having such a great communication with the people I'm supposed to be closest with. Now the world is changing because of people like you who are recognizing these type of programs and are wanting to learn, who want to have the communication, who are promoting sign language, promoting interpreters, providing services to bridge those gaps, and the barriers are taken down. And I just want to say the world is much better now. I'd also like to mention, technology is really beneficial to us. When I was younger, we had telephones, right? Those kind, right? It was just useless. They were nothing to us. A phone, I mean, we were like, what's this for? I can't use this thing. So now, fast forward later, we had TTYs. There was some improvement, but still some limitation and barriers. I had to communicate with somebody else at the other end who had this TTY, and they had to understand how to use it, and it was a process. And now iPhones have changed our lives. Our access to everything is just amazing. And I can communicate with anyone now at any time at a touch of a button. And it's really just helped so much. And now we have video relay services and things like that. Things that I grew up with. I mean, I had a TV. I had a box with a bunch of pictures, no captioning. I had nothing to see. The only thing I really liked to watch was sports because I could understand what was going on. And now we have closed captioning on everything, on every program. And I am now it's just made such a change in my life. And now I can go to movie theaters. I mean, who would have thought? I remember when I was younger, if I wanted to go to see a movie theater, there's a lot of talking, right? And I'd say, well, you know what? I'm out. You guys can go without me. I can go if it's maybe something like, let's say, Tom or Jerry or something, right? There's no words, right? So, but now I can go and just enjoy those kind of movies now. I don't have to consider that because I have closed captioning. So compared to the way that I grew up, it's just so different now. And so now we have COVID, right? Then COVID came up and it was a minor setback for us, I feel, because now we have these mask requirements and everybody's not wearing a clear mask like this. And I depend so much on lip reading. So, really it's just, I can't hear and I can't see your lips. So now, I mean, what do I do? But not here. Here, you guys supply these wonderful things and you understand and you're so accommodating. I really feel like sometimes I'm a second-class citizen, but because of your accommodations and because of your viewpoints and your support, I don't feel that way anymore. And I just really wanted to say thank you for this proclamation. It's really a big thing for us, and that's why we're all here to support you. Thank you again. Love you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Stephanie Sopolp, ADA coordinator. I also wanted to thank the mayor and commissioner, city manager. We have a lot of people here tonight, as you can see, supporting the deaf community. We have a couple more speakers who'd like to say a few more words, if it's okay. Janice Pickron, who works in our ITS department, would like to say a few words, and then two people on the virtual webinar, Mirna and Beth, would like to say a few words as well.
Okay.
Janice?
And before they start, Mayor, what Stephanie glossed over was her formal title is ADA Title II Coordinator. She is official and been promoted into the position to replace Debbie Major. So congratulations, Stephanie. You're doing an awesome job.
Hello. Mayor Grant, City Manager Lori, and all the commissioners. My name is Janice Pickren, and I work here for the website coordinator in the IT department. And I want to say thank you so much for making the city of Boynton Beach here a truly all-inclusive place to work. The team there, the development team that work with me, my team, the ITS department, John, Yuri, and Alan. Oh, I can't express enough gratitude. Alan, he's super special to me as well. But really collectively, that team has made me feel quite welcome and equal. You know, we have to wear these masks and everything has kind of changed. But despite all that, you guys have provided the tools to make for effective communication. First of all, you guys provide sign language interpreters, the assistive technology devices, and use different apps and everything out there to just totally break down those barriers that I face every day. I just want to express my gratitude. Everybody there at the team, including myself, had to demonstrate our patience in working with each other. And no matter what, we work so hard together, and it's something I truly cherish and will carry with me. Lastly, I want to thank Debbie Majors and Beth Wagmeister. Those two working together to make this happen for me, to work here in the city of Boynton Beach. Thank you so much.
Okay, now Mirna from the South Florida Deaf Senior Citizens is on the webinar to speak. If she can have access to her camera.
Yes, Myrna?
Can you hear me, the interpreter?
Good, thank you.
Okay. Hello, Mayor, City Manager, Commissioners, everybody, the wonderful people that are working there tonight. Wow, I'm very impressed. There's so many deaf people are there. My friends, people who represent our new organization for SFDSC, Senior Citizens South Florida. I want to introduce myself. My name is Myrna, but for short, they call me Mo. And I am the Vice President of SFDSC. And I'm the inclusion support team I'm involved with as well. And the team is just so wonderful, your inclusion support team. It's a wonderful experience to be connected with that team. From the bottom of my heart, a big thank you to the Mayor Grant and to the City of Boynton Beach for everything, all of this wonderful proclamation, and for the continued commitment for the deaf community in Florida. I want to share a little bit of history about our new foundation and our new organization that was set up about in 2019. We really are very new, and that just makes it very special for us, and we're very honored and proud to be here tonight. Our organization's mission and our beliefs is to merge all deaf senior citizens together for planning activities, for different things, different programs and things to do. For example, we have different workshops and we have different discussions, panel discussions and lectures and socials for lots of activities for all of us to do, for holidays, and just to name a few of things that we do. And we also talk about our culture and socialize in our group and advocate for positive. Once a month we get together, maybe twice a month we get together, and we have different activities and different events and different topics that come up during the month. So we have several goals, and we all want to be able to work together and collaborate as a team, working with local, county and state government as well to utilize services and to improve the quality of life for the deaf senior citizens and provide equal access for all. We also want to focus on setting up good relationships with the variety of deaf and hard of hearing and hearing organizations to be able to talk about mental health and just health in general, just the quality of life as well. So we believe that we provide education and culture, and we could also relate to deaf and hard of hearing part of our cultures in general for the general public and promote interactions through hearing with the hearing and the deaf communities together. And we're very honored. I feel very proud. I feel very, very proud to be a part and working with Boynton Beach and providing deaf awareness services in the community. And we're interested in continuing our good relationship with you. We believe that including makes more diverse, and also that society, again, we need to be more inclusive. And thank you so much for this proclamation. And I want to end with a closing quote that's, alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. So we have the power of change together within the community. And it's about what we care about and working together, coming together, and is the beginning, and keep working together is a process. So before I close, please, it means to be your life is part of your heart. Being deaf, we prefer than not being we see with our heart, not with our ears. So thank you so much. Awesome. Thank you. And lastly, Mayor, if I may, I just want to also accept this proclamation. Jessica, I hope you're interpreting for me here, but in 2015, Debbie Majors called and asked me if I could help make the city of Boynton Beach deaf friendly. And I almost had had heart failure, but after that thrilling request, I did take a deep breath and said, yep. And here we are almost 6 years later. So we've made our mark in being the only inclusive city here in Palm Beach County, or anywhere actually. It's a bittersweet moment tonight, accepting this proclamation, as many of you, Mayor Grant, Commissioner Romulus, Commissioner Katz, you've all been a part of making this history. And I hope that your legacy will continue with whomever will fill your seats. Thank you so much for embracing deaf awareness and for building an inclusive Boynton Beach. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, just one last point on this. I want to thank all of the members of our deaf community who not only live in Boynton Beach, but who have had patience with us over the years for us to finally get to this point, for us to become an inclusive city that allows for so many to feel that they are not forgotten or left out. And I remember meeting Beth and the conversations that we had, and her enlightening me to help me understand the things that were missing. And so when we made the decision to be inclusive in our city, we realized we're still forgetting that we have a whole other body that we sit as, which is our CRA. And we had forgotten or just completely overlooked the fact that we needed to be inclusive there too. And so we added it in our budget recently to add sign language interpretation services on our CRA side so that members of our community could participate with us there too. So it is something that I can't take credit for. I just want to make sure that I thank this board, because we've had this vision that we don't want anyone to feel like this city isn't theirs. And to all of our friends and family in the deaf community, this city is yours just as much as it is mine as a hearing person. And we hope that moving forward, we will continue to bridge gaps and break down barriers and bust down all types of doors to make sure that every single person in this community feels included and welcome. So thank you, and welcome to the city of Boynton Beach officially. Thank you.
Yes, I want to thank you, Beth, as well, for introducing me to the deaf community. You know, part of it is that it's always exciting to see their comments on social media, because this is when, you know, they have an opportunity in the 21st century to really to be more a part of our community. And I'm glad that we are moving in the right direction for the inclusiveness, because we want to make sure that everyone is involved in their government, because our government is involved with everybody. And so
Thank you.
Our next proclamation is for September 21st as World Alzheimer's Day. Proclamation will be accepted by Keith Gibson, Director of Programs for Alzheimer's Association Southeast Florida Chapter. City of Boynton Beach proclamation. Whereas more than 6 million Americans are living with Alzheimer's, by 2050, this number is projected to rise to nearly 13 million. Whereas in the United States, Alzheimer's and dementia deaths have increased 16% during the COVID-19 pandemic, whereas between 2000 and 2019, deaths from heart disease have decreased 7.3%, while deaths from Alzheimer's have increased 145%. Whereas 1 in 3 seniors dies with Alzheimer's or another dementia, it kills more than breast cancer and prostate cancer combined. Whereas the City of Boynton Beach recognizes the efforts of the Alzheimer's Association to highlight early detection and diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, education, support, and research, thereby improving the financial, physical, and emotional health for those living with Alzheimer's disease and their caregivers. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Grant, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim the September 21st as World Alzheimer's Month. World Alzheimer's Day. And Mr. Gibson?
Yes,
Yes,
yes, I'm here. Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Grant, City Manager Lori, and all the city commissioners and the citizens of Boynton Beach, on behalf of the Alzheimer's Association, I would like to thank the City of Boynton Beach for this proclamation on September 21st, 2021 for World Alzheimer's Day. More than 6 million Americans living with Alzheimer's disease, including 580,000 in Florida. That's heartbreaking to watch a loved one struggle with Alzheimer's disease. It's very painful and known all too well. On this day, we stand united in our commitment to improve care for Alzheimer's patients, identify new therapies for the disease, and support all those whose lives have been touched by the tragic ailment. As we confront the challenges of supporting an aging population, the Alzheimer's Association is dedicated to advancing research that brings us closer to understanding and treating Alzheimer's disease. And once again, thank you for this distinct honor and pleasure for this proclamation.
You're welcome. It's our pleasure. You know, the aspect of, having my grandparents with me for so long, dementia and Alzheimer's hits everybody at a certain age. And I'm not saying everybody, I'm sorry. It does hit a lot of people at a certain age. And it's very disheartening when the loved one that you've known your whole life doesn't recognize you anymore and has no idea who you are. And so that's why it's important that we do what we can, because we've had multiple issues here with people with dementia and Alzheimer's, and we want to make sure that we can do our best to prevent it and make sure that anybody who has this type of disease has the best quality of life that they can. Stephanie?
Thank you, Keith. And I just wanted to let everyone know that our water tower is lit up tonight in purple to raise awareness for Alzheimer's. And we also have a team for the Walk to End Alzheimer's, which will be a walk at Dreher Park in October. So we do have a City of Boynton Beach team to help raise funds for that. We appreciate everything that they do. They're one of our inclusion partners. They're always making efforts to provide support and find extra resources. So thank you.
Did you send us an email about that information?
Yes.
Okay, I won't have to go check my emails then. right, our next proclamation would be September 15th to October 15th, 2021 as Hispanic Heritage Month. I received a call from Patricia Trejo saying she's unable to make it today. She is the administrative planner for Hispanic Latino X studies in Palm Beach schools. City of Boynton Beach proclamation. Whereas Hispanic Heritage Month begins on September 15th to celebrate the anniversary of when Nicaragua, Honduras, Costa Rica, El Salvador, and Guatemala became independent countries, which are now called Central America. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the rich culture and historic traditions of Hispanic Americans whose roots go back to Mexico, Spain, the Spanish-speaking nations of South America, Central America, and the Caribbean. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month highlights the achievements and contributions made by Hispanics and Latinos. And whereas it is vital that the representation of Hispanic Latino cultures and history are infused in the curriculum to foster the academic success of students. And whereas the school district of Palm Beach County supports improvement of academic achievement for all students and ensures adherence to Florida Statute 1003.42, the study of Hispanic contributions to the United States. Now, therefore, I, Stephen B. Graham, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, hereby proclaim the September 15th to October 15th, 2021 as Hispanic Heritage Month. I don't think, do we have anybody who would like to comment on that?
Mayor Grant, this is John McNally. There is a hand raised.
Oh.
I'm not sure if it's by mistake.
You have your hand raised. We will unmute you and give you an opportunity to speak. Okay. So I'm going to listen to you, Lori, on that one. Thank you, John.
I'm going to lower his hand for now.
Make his hand stay down for good, please.
I'll put him in timeout.
Our last announcement is the City of Boynton Beach upcoming tree planting events on September 25th and 26th, 2021, in partnership with Community Greening. Do we have anyone from Community Greening?
Can you, John, can you unmute Rebecca Harvey, please?
Yes, I'm getting to that right now. Sorry. Rebecca, you are unmuted.
Yes. Hello, good evening. This is Rebecca Harvey, Sustainability Coordinator with the City of Boynton Beach. The city has contracted with Community Greening, a local urban forestry nonprofit, to coordinate tree planting events in parks and public lands throughout the city. These events contribute toward the city's goal, which was adopted by Commission in September of 2020, to increase tree canopy across our city and to realize the many benefits that trees provide for our community, including shade, energy savings, urban heat reduction, walkable neighborhoods, increased property values, and the reduction of air pollution and harmful global warming pollution. This evening, I would like to announce 2 upcoming tree planting events that the city and Community Greening are hosting this coming weekend. On Saturday, September 25th, from 9 o'clock to 11:30 a.m., we will be planting trees at the area around Sarah Sims Park and Heritage Park. Volunteers will meet at 9 a.m. at Sarah Sims Park, Northwest 9th Court. And the next day, on Sunday, September 26th, from again 9 o'clock to 11:30 a.m., we will be planting along the Southeast 4th Street median, and volunteers will meet at Pence Park, 600 Southeast 4th Street. And I would like to acknowledge the Boynton Beach CRA, which is funding the cost of trees and materials for plantings within the CRA area. Residents can find event details and register to volunteer at these events on the city's event calendar at boynton.beach.org. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mayor, before you leave announcements, would you like me to introduce Mario? our new Public Works Director.
Here.
He's here. Yeah.
Yes.
Come on up, Mario. So Mario Guzman had joined our team earlier this month as our Director of Public Works. And you, if you didn't have the mask on, you probably recognize his face because he worked for us back in 2014 as our fleet manager, and wanted to grow his career, and he did. And he went over to West Palm Beach, where he became the Director of Support Services and over their facilities and fleet. And we stole him back. So he is back on our team, and we're delighted to have him here. And I just wanted you to have a chance to meet him personally.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Hello, Mayor Grant, commissioners, colleagues, and members of the public. I'm excited to be back.
So I'm going to ask for a tour because, you know, I'd like to see your perspective of what it was in 2014 to where we are now and your vision moving forward. I know that Rolling Green must look completely different to you.
This didn't exist, this
Yeah.
area here. So
Yeah.
for the interview, I'm like, where am I? I'm just like, oh, this is amazing. So great job. And like I tell the team, my job is to remove hurdles, and we got great people here. So my job is to remove hurdles and make them more successful.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Great to meet everybody.
All right. And seeing no further announcements, we will move on to public audience. Individual speakers will be limited to 3-minute presentations. And John, I'll ask if anybody has an opportunity to raise their hands. Please state so now.
Mayor Grant, the options have still been enabled. So if anybody from the audience would like to, the virtual audience would like to participate, please click on the raise hand icon on the GoToWebinar interface or type a question into the question section of that GoToWebinar interface. Currently, I do not see any hands raised or questions posed.
All right, so I'll ask the audience here if they'd like to make comments.
Hi, I'm Ralph Lewis with the Hat Foundation, 310 Ocean Boulevard, East Ocean Boulevard, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33435. And I came on behalf of the Hat Foundation. This year, I want to let you know that we will be doing a turkey drive again. 2019, before the pandemic, we was able to feed over 10,000 families at our location by hosting a turkey drive. I believe some of you have came out and participated in our turkey drives, and I would love if you could do it again to help these families. 2020 was a very rough year for everyone, and 2021 has gotten a little bit better, but people are still struggling, and we would still love to help these families out. So we've put a lot of projects together to be able to help out these families. Among just the turkey drive, we want to put together a Children's Symphony Orchestra, where I want to, and me and my team want to save 200 at-risk children in the community for what our budget will provide. But to help them, teach them music, get along with each other, schoolwork, and also have some medical checkups for them is what me and my team have agreed to do. We do need the city's backup with this. We do want you guys to be part of it as much as possible. It's a beautiful thing when we all come together and are either helping passing out those turkeys or just getting along with the youth. I am a youth that was raised here, so I do look up to you guys. I do look up to the firefighters and everyone who does come out and help us out. So if it's possible this year on November 20th, 2021, so that will be the Saturday before Thanksgiving. We give people a little time to, season their food a little bit, and it's for them to get along with each other, but to have their families and have a good meal and not have to worry about that this year. I've been in contact with a few of you, and I'm just showing up today to make sure that we have a commitment to be able to host it in the city. If we could host it at the amphitheater, it would be nice. We do have a location, the 310 location that I'm telling you about. I would love to host it either at the amphitheater or the location. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the speaker, could you tell us a little bit about you? What's your background? How did you get into this? Why is this your passion?
My background is that I was raised by a single mother. So, and she did struggle to help feed us. So I became very passionate about it. I did not have an easy upcoming, so I do understand those kids. So whenever it comes to a community project that either helps feeding or having these kids a role model to look up to, I do try to take part in it. If you're from Boynton Beach, you do know that there's not always the best examples out here. And if there's a few people who can be a great example, especially in the minority, I want to be one of them to show them that there is hope. There is some type of life, eternity that they can look forward to and not have to follow the bad things that are going on to just be cool. I want them to be cool by helping others and understand that love is what ultimately conquers the whole thing.
Well, thank you. Thank you for everything that you're doing. I'm intrigued and I want to be more involved, so I'd love to get to know you more and your plans for the future.
Definitely. I'm not sure who I have to speak to. Miss Gibson did reach out to me, but I would love to have a meeting with you guys either over the phone or in person to be able to talk about the different projects that we are doing for you guys to be able to be part of it. We're taking a lot of projects over the year. I've grown, and thank you, Mayor Grant, and all of the commissioners and city managers who have talked to us to be able to help us, whether it's with the donation or coming out to even just pass out the turkeys. And I've seen all of you guys, Christina as well too. I've been in different either rallies or something where I've seen her, and I look up to you guys, and I want you guys to come out and be able to help me with these projects, as now we have a lot of these kids, when I see them and just play with them, they look up to me too. So it's great that we come together. Thank you.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I'd like to make that connection with you. I'm Vice Mayor Woodrow Hay from District 2. And I'm going to give you my personal number because I would like to find out more about you. So just contact the city, okay? You don't need to do any writing right now. I'd like to sit down and talk with you one-on-one.
Thank you.
Ralph, I want to thank you again for coming here. I do apologize for not returning your call. A lot of things going on. So we just found out that our trip, we had a planned event in November, but it's no longer going to happen. So I will put it on my calendar for November 20th. As for the amphitheater, the issue that we have is that we don't want to give it away for free, because otherwise everyone's going to want to give it away for free. And so what we have done in the past for certain city facilities is match certain funds. So that's something where maybe that's something that we plan for in the future. And I'm glad you told us now that you'd like to work in the amphitheater and not in November, so that we can start with the different aspects for the permitting and the insurance and all these other things that we need to have like a big event, like you were saying. Because it's like, if you're saying we want to bring kids and we may be having a bounce house, because that'd be pretty cool that we've never had at our amphitheater Centennial Park for a little bit. So no, I look forward to working with you and creating that event on the 20th.
Also, I know my time is up, but Mr. Katz, I think I received something from you as well too.
We're going to discuss about that in probably 10-20 minutes.
Got it. Thank you.
Take my mask off?
Yes, you may.
Hi, again, Ernest McNally, 710 Northeast 7th Street, Boynton Beach. I moved in permanently October of 2020. I just want to say, in the past few meetings, I know they're recorded, and some statements, both by the mayor, by the city attorney, by the managers, deputy commissioners, et cetera, relative to after the 624 collapse in Surfside and what's been going on with the city there and the mayor there and the building inspectors and everything that's going on with 98 people dead and everyone all over Florida worried about their buildings over 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old. And I come to this meeting and I'm told by this dais that there's nothing the municipality can do. I got a call from the press and they told me, why don't you contact Boca Raton? And I said, gee, why? They said, well, guess what? Boca Raton Municipality, mayor and commissioners created a building inspection ordinance. Very lengthy. I sent it to you all. You didn't respond to me, right? It is so strict and it's enacted immediately that everyone in Boynton Beach is thankful that they now know in their older buildings that they could at least get the city to come out and they hired some more inspectors and now they're doing the right thing. This city, none of you respond to anything. And I live with a lot of people who are more handicapped than me. Some of them can't hear, some of them can't walk. And no matter what I report to you about our building, you go, oh, there's nothing we can do about it. You're wrong. You're wrong, and I sent you this, and the city attorney didn't even respond. The deputy, whatever you call yourself, deputy mayor, the mayor, nobody responded to me. Really, you have some nerve that you go on record to the public and you say there's nothing a municipality can do. So I contact the commissioners in the county, and they said, no, that's not correct. But now I find out this mayor's lame duck. He's leaving. He'll be gone in March. He's a lawyer. So he can make statements all he wants that the municipality can't do anything. Oh, why? Because he doesn't live in that building where we live. So he's gone in March. But what do we do in the meantime? Some other people who agree with his statements that, remember the other person from the public who came in who was saying, is there a little political stuff going on here? Maybe a little. And again, the mayor and this council and commissioner say, oh, you know, this guy sounds like a problematic guy with conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theories? You got to be kidding me. In Boynton Beach, conspiracy theories. There's a lot of issues going on here politically, with crime, corruption, etc. And all you do is deny everything. I don't know how you go on the record, but this thing, I want something where I'm.
You like to wrap it up?
What?
Would you like to, finish what you were?
Yeah, I'm trying to file some complaints against this city attorney and this mayor and this commission for what you went on the record saying that there is nothing a municipality can do to help people after 624 in buildings and stuff where we're all, I'm sorry, where we're all petrified.
So
you just said there's nothing you can do.
So,
And you're on record saying that,
all right.
Mayor, and you're a lawyer, so that's all I have to say.
Correct. There's a lot of different statements that you were saying regarding buildings. There's also statements regarding children, also things in the
Okay, I know. Now you're going to after talk.
And so, there's a lot of different aspects of it.
Really?
You are correct. Boca Raton, out of the other 400 municipalities in Florida, enacted their own ordinance. Out of the other 400, how many have enacted an ordinance like this?
Who cares? One did it.
Right. And 400 didn't.
And why didn't you do it?
Because we don't have any. Oh, no,
oh,
I'm sorry.
Really? Because you don't live in my
Excuse me. I'm going to talk now. And if you don't want to listen, that's fine. All right. So the aspect of it is that we have our building department working with the county, the League of Cities, and other municipalities. Boca Raton took it on themselves to create a very restrictive language regarding their buildings. We do not have any, and I'm sorry, we do have one community on the ocean, St. Andrews Club, and that is it. We have multiple multifamilies east of Federal Highway that are in flood zones. However, we are not in the same position that Boca Raton is, South Palm Beach, Delray Beach, Highland Beach is. And so we are doing what we can. And I do believe your condominium is a 2-story or is it 3-story? So the aspect of it is that we are making sure that it's 4 stories. And it's collapsing. and it's sinking into the ground according to you. However, excuse me, and now you have a board of directors that you have not filed suit against for doing their jobs. And so that's kind of it, is that there is only so a limit of what we can do according to this judicial process. If you feel that the board of directors isn't doing their job, you have the ability to go against them. We as a city cannot go against the board of directors. You have the ability of contacting Department of, I think, Business and Professional Regulations for the different condo associations that you're in if they're not doing their job. If you feel that children are being harmed in any way or in violate or have the appearance of being harmed, you have the opportunity to contact Department of Children and Family Services. If you feel that people are dumping things into the Intracoastal, you have the ability to contact the Florida Wildlife Commission. There is a lot of other government organizations that are there. I believe our building department has come out to that complex multiple times. Is that correct? And according to our current laws, you are correct. I believe I was correct. Is there anything more that we can do regarding that project? I'm not asking you, Mr. Mack.
At this point, I don't believe there's anything else that the building department can do at this point. Yes, correct.
Okay, and so we are currently working on an ordinance, is that correct?
Well, again, I think a point here would be that, Palm Beach County has a very long history of trying to do things in a systematic way. And the building officials here have that as well. I mean, we can go back and point to the applications, a universal application. I think what was going on here is the county is trying to do this in an organized way so that it benefits the whole county instead of just one municipality having different codes. Having a unified system, it helps everyone be on the same page, the contractors, the engineers. This is why they're pouring the time and trying to make sure they're doing it correctly. This is what's going on currently within the building department.
And the draft is complete.
Yes.
And we'll be learning more tomorrow at the League of Cities. It's on our future agenda as a TBD because we're waiting to hear where they're going with it, if it's going to be an opt-in or opt-out opportunity, and then we will be bringing it forward to the commission for discussion.
And so, ever since we heard about the collapse on June 24th, we are working to make sure that our structures are safe within the city.
Sir.
And, and I guess, Jim, regarding condo associations, do we have the authority to make repairs to buildings?
We do not.
Okay. And let's say there is unsafe structure. Do we have the ability to tell them it's uninhabitable?
Building official has powers under Florida law. Those are not derived from the city charter or code. They're independent. City commission, city manager do not direct or limit the building official in the fulfillment of those statutory responsibilities.
And currently our building official says that that building is habitable.
Correct.
Okay. And so, until we have other information, and that's kind of where we're at right now, is that we are looking to make things change so we can do something. However, we can't move any faster, and we want to make sure that we are in step with all of the other 38 municipalities here in Palm Beach County. And we do understand that Boca wanted to be first in the state of Florida for this, and we thank them for that. I know the county is looking at all the work that they did, and that's kind of where they have the ability to change their ordinance if they so wish, or we have the ability to be more restrictive than the county, but we will have all those options in front of us, I believe, before my term is over.
Yeah, in the next 30 to 60 days.
So, Mr. Magnoli, we look forward to seeing you coming back to the meetings and having your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? If not, we will move on to administrative. And that is appoint eligible members of the community to serve in vacant positions on city advisory boards. So our first, we have Art Advisory Board, Cynthia Alexis, Vice Mayor Hay. You have a regular appointment.
Yes, I would like to nominate Cynthia Alexis to the Art Advisory Board.
Is there a second? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. The Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, not-for-profit provider of affordable housing. I would like to nominate Keturah Joseph.
Second.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. We have more, we have availability on our Building Board of Adjustments and Appeals, Education and Youth Advisory Board, Historic Resource Preservation Board, Library Board, Recreation and Parks, Senior Advisory Board. And now we have the approve the request Commissioner Justin Katz to distribute 2,000 of his community support funds to the Hat Foundation.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd appreciate your support. I'm glad, that we got a little background on what the Hat Foundation does earlier. You've been coming in here for a couple of years now, and you've always been impressive, and what you do is impressive. So I'm happy to provide these funds from the city to help your efforts this year. And I think, based on commission comments up here, we look forward to continued collaboration to work with you, because what you do is great. And for people in need, people are more in need during the holidays, because everyone else is celebrating. And if your life is rough 24/7, it's rougher during those times. And what you do makes it demonstrably better for those folks. So, I appreciate everything you do, and I'm happy to do it for you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Would you like to say a few comments?
Yeah, just thank you so much for that. That means a lot. Especially, you've definitely reached out before I even got to reach out this time to just say something about that. And thank you. I just can't thank you guys enough. It's really a big thing for me whenever I see that happening. Even the turkeys themselves, I take time and pack them in the morning before or the day before to make sure that we can get them distributed. And it's a lot of work. When you put in your time, it means a lot. And thank you again.
Those 20-pound turkeys, get heavy after a while, right?
The next day, you're definitely sore. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And next we have Commissioner Pensurga. You have 3 requests.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have 3 allocation requests for my community support funds. The 3 organizations I'd like to support: 1, Boynton Strong; 2, the Boynton Bulldogs; and 3, Citrus Cove Elementary, more specifically their music or musical theater program.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Vice Mayor, did you want to pull up any of the items before consent agenda, or?
No.
Okay. No. So let's go to consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull any of those items for consent agenda? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Consent bids and purchases over 100,000. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
I do apologize. There is an item that I just have a brief question on. I know we've already voted on it, but I want to present my question anyways. Item O in the consent agenda portion.
So, Commissioner Pensurga, I will wait until after the consent and bids purchases over 100,000 for you to make a reconsideration or to have a discussion then.
Sure, sounds good.
Is there a second?
I'll second, but go ahead.
All right. Question on which item?
7A,
Okay.
about the Florida Municipal Trust.
Yes.
Laura, do we have any feel for how much this item will cost us? Ballparkish?
Our HR director and risk manager is coming down. Julie's gonna.
Oh,
Good evening, Julie Oldberry, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. I'm sorry,
can
Mayor.
you speak up a little louder? I
Yes.
have over ears.
Sorry, Vice Mayor. What was your question? I didn't.
The expected cost.
The expected costs?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be accurate. I'm just trying to get a ballpark feel for if you have an idea how much that's going to cost us.
In our premiums for the risk insurance?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to cost $1,030,067.
Okay.
Which is about an 8.6% increase over last year's
Gotcha.
premiums.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So is there any further comments regarding consent and bids and purchases over 100,000? Seeing none, did I get a second on that one?
Yes, well, I'll second it.
All right, thank you. All those in favor state so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. And Commissioner Pensurga, you said you wanted to reconsider or discuss proposed resolution number 21-131.
Yes, it's not so much to reconsider my vote. I just had a question if staff could clarify it. It says here that this is to support, in partnership with Pathways to Prosperity, to administer this emergency rental utility and relocation assistance. Could you describe what is exactly that they're doing? What do you mean by administer? What are they doing for the residents?
I can in a nutshell, but is John available online if he's been working with Pathways? So in terms of getting rental assistance funding out there, we reached out to the county because as you read probably just about every day in the paper, it's the processes and the rules on a lot of this stuff is making it difficult for governments to get the money out. The county has a good, strong program going. So they have, because we talked to them about maybe doing something to partner with them with our ARPA money as we start researching. They said, don't use your money. We've got plenty of money out of ARPA and other sources for their programs, but what they need help with is getting it into the communities. So they reached out to, and John, yell at me if I go off and then I will stop. They've reached out to a variety of nonprofits throughout the county to train them and get them into their system. And they're the ones that actually process the applications for members in their community. So it's a closer touch. So Pathways to Prosperity has that relationship right now with the county. We want to be able to add an individual. So our ARPA funding would pay for one more position that Pathways to Prosperity would hire to continue to process applications for people in Boynton Beach, just to try to get more money out there.
Oh.
Did I miss anything?
Did
we lose you?
Yep.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We can.
Hey, how you doing? John Durgan, Economic Development Manager. Laura did an excellent job explaining that Palm Beach County has partnered with 5 local nonprofits throughout the county, and the only one located in Boynton Beach, being Pathways to Prosperity, is helping residents administer their applications with those supporting documents. And it is a rather difficult process, especially those who maybe don't have internet access, or having a tough time locating those documents. So Pathways has done an amazing job of providing a full-time position solely dedicated to helping residents apply for that rental assistance. That rental assistance funding came from Palm Beach County's Emergency Rental Assistance Program, which is a separate program from the federal government. So they have a lot of money to give out strictly to rental and utility assistance. And I've been working with Ms. Bush to see what some of those best options were, and the county came up with, the best way for the city to really assist would be to provide that additional assistance. And Career Source help Pathways to identify that position that Pathways currently have. And according to Ms. Bush, and I know she's on, she could probably attest better to the actual day-to-day, but she says from the moment that person comes in the door to the moment they leave, they are just inundated with questions and comments and assistance for those residents. So having that second position would be a valuable asset to really get as much money out as possible. And the last time we spoke to the county, Boynton Beach was ranked number 2 in the county in the number of applications submitted by their residents. So we see the demand here in Boynton is rather large. West Palm Beach being number 1 and Boynton Beach coming in at number 2. So we know that demand is there. We know that assistance is needed. And we're just really, really hoping with this new position, they'll be able to process those additional applications.
So my question is the equipment needed on a mobile basis, having almost like a mobile office to do scanning, to get the documents uploaded, to do maybe a Wi-Fi hotspot if the family doesn't have it, rather than just the family going to Pathways to Prosperities and not having all the documents. Is it that Pathways to Prosperities are going to the family homes, to the individuals directly on an as needed basis? Because that's what I spoke with one of the residents, Dr. Meeks Light, and she said it was extremely difficult for families to be a part of this county program, because the county told them multiple different things at multiple different locations. And if they didn't get one document that was needed, they had to go back home, try to find it, and then do it all over again. So that's kind of where I'm hoping that on certain days, if we're paying for what looks like a full-time position, 40 hours a week, that certain days they're not in the office, that they are helping mobile people through a mobile site process.
We're actually looking at trying to have them be housed. John, right? Aren't we thinking of trying to identify space at Carolyn Sims to have them have to go to the Pathways office? So then that makes them, and then in addition to that, I know Annette Gray is working with the county, and there's a variety of programs out there, which I think is some of the problem. People are confused. She brings her mobile bus to Hester, I think on Wednesdays, to process applications. I don't know, going door to door into people's homes is the best way, but if somebody doesn't have a document, it's okay for them if they have to go home and get it and bring it back. They'll shepherd them through that process. I think it's more of a concierge type of process to help these folks, because it's not easy.
You speak with Health for Boynton Beach. We have the caregivees. To sometimes travel outside the house is an all-day event, and so that's kind of where, if it is at all possible on an as-needed basis, I'd like to see what the city needs to do to make sure that this person that we're paying the salary for has the resources and ability to go to people's homes. Because what I don't want to see is that the city is paying for this person and they are not getting the work needed to sit at an office. Because I do not want to, because I would want to see, how are we getting updates on the applications that this person is doing?
John, I'll let you answer that. Maybe we can talk to Kim about an appointment system, perhaps, if someone calls and we make, I would have to leave that up to there's liability issues and so forth, but certainly we could talk to Kim Bush and see if that's something that.
So I'm definitely okay with approving it now. However, I kind of want more information by Pathways to Prosperity. What are they doing working with the county? So if there's anything else that we don't know about, that we can help work with our local nonprofits to deal with this. Because let's say the mobile site isn't working, can we find another nonprofit that would help transportation and look for these documents? Because sometimes, hey, you need to go talk to your landlord. It's sometimes difficult and get the lease, because I'm sure that's one of the main documents that you need. Person doesn't have it, it makes things much more difficult. So,
If I may, David Scott, Director of Economic Development and Strategy, back to Commissioner Penserga's question and to answer your question, Mayor. The purpose of, and the city manager did a great job, and John is excellent as well. But we had had conversation with the county, as you know, the county's program is countywide. They're first come, first serve, and what we did here is exactly what you brought up, Mayor and Commissioner Penserga, is that we need to get into the community, because the community members were going out, they were trying to find the county locations. They were either getting lost, couldn't find the sites, or didn't have the right documentation. The purpose of this position is to plant that right in the community so they don't have far to go. We heard about the transportation issues, having to catch several buses to get somewhere. So by planting this position immediately in the community, the community doesn't have far to go to get the applications. And you have the experts there that already know what documentation is required. So they'll bring that together, work with the applicant, make sure the right documentation gets into the system so that our residents are able to get right in, well, we won't say priority, we'll get their packages together and then be able to respond and upload directly into the county system right away. And certainly, as the city manager mentioned, we can certainly work with Prosperity to see if there are other opportunities to increase that opportunity to get information into that system as well, whether that's door to door or other ways to do that. But that's the purpose of this position, to get it right in the community so the community doesn't have far to go to get the application in. This position is to respond directly to your questions.
Mayor?
yes.
So if I may, I think to further cement the point that the mayor is trying to make, this is definitely one step in the right direction in terms of having somebody there that is more localized. But I think there still needs to be that outreach, because so many people sometimes just don't know where to go find, even if it is right there in their own backyard. So I want to understand what the outreach efforts are that are being done or being implemented to make sure that people are aware that this program exists. And I also consider, when you're talking about these communities, the language barriers as well, reaching out to the Haitian community, reaching out to the Hispanic community. Who do they have that speaks those languages that can get in front of those people? Where are they meeting those people? Are they going to their churches? Are they going to their local, whatever, maybe community center or wherever they may meet? So those are the outreach efforts I'm waiting to hear to justify this expense, because I want to make sure that as we spend this money and as we've been given this money with the express intention to give it to families that are in need of it, these are the same families that sometimes just don't even know to ask for the help that is readily available. So what are we doing to make sure that we're literally laying it at their feet so that they know that it's available?
Absolutely. And we do have a full communication strategy, which is including it in things like the water bill. So upon your approval, we will start moving forward with that communication outreach strategy through social media, through our website, all the different means that we can push that information out in the different languages that we've heard the commission. We do already plan to do that. And taking your advice back and your direction, we'll enhance that communication as well.
So let me be very clear. Something that I've said, and I've said it for the last 5 years that I've said up here, is that a lot of our community and residents, especially those from other cultures and backgrounds, they don't read. So when you put an insert in their, their water bill, they see the water bill and they pay that and they throw everything else out. So as great as that is, we need to reach them where they are. So when I'm saying outreach, I mean literally, like, you have to have people at their churches who speak their language, who would be able to do outreach to the pastors and say, hey, that we have this program, tell your residents about, or tell your parishioners about it. We need to have people who can reach to the radio stations and say, this is what's happening, and have a segment on the air where people can dial a number because that's how you reach, I'm speaking specifically for the Haitian community, that's how you reach them. You're not going to reach them with a social media post or a mail insert in the water bill. So it has to be very, it has to just be very basic, like we can't do the tech that we're used to, right? That the technology of just, putting it out on social media, it's not going to work. So if you really want to reach the people that actually need this help, we need to reach them where they are. So I don't know what needs to happen for that to happen, but that's what I want to see these funds being used for.
So, the issue that we have is that, is this a full year's salary for someone? And so this county program, what happens if the money runs out after 6 months?
Mayor, if I may, we did in our agreement with Pathways to Prosperity, the end date for this position is when all the money from the county is allocated. So whenever that money does run out, this position will have an end date.
Okay, thank you, John. So, all right, does anyone want to reconsider this item?
I don't want to reconsider. I just still haven't heard my concerns.
I think the aspect that this commission wants is an update from Pathways to Prosperity. We want to see this person that we hired, and we want to hear from them to let them know how they're going to reach out to all aspects of our community. Where, if they just speak one language, we know that there's a lot of people that they're missing if it's only English. So that's something that, I know Career Source is very good in identifying people. The person that they have coming to us on Tuesdays is amazing. So I think that's something that we just want more information than what we have, but we know that this is important for our community.
And absolutely, Commissioner, the answer is yes. That's why I didn't respond. The answer is yes. The same communication strategy that you heard and the commission approved on the ARP was the radio station, Haitian, Spanish, English as well. The getting to the churches, getting the information out through those opportunities and resources, really getting out in the community. So we're using the same process that you heard through the ARP, which is really getting into the community, and as you mentioned, through the churches. So yes, absolutely.
Okay. So please feel free to use me as a resource when it comes to communicating with these communities. Again, I'm a strong advocate for the Haitian community because, it's not that they don't want the information, it's that sometimes just literacy is an issue. And so I don't want where they can't access this because they don't understand it or they can't read it or whatever it may be. So please feel free to use me as a resource as well to make sure that we're, communicating properly.
Absolutely. And I apologize for the miscommunication. I was shaking my head yes, but I should have said yes. We're doing all of that.
Okay.
All right. And so because we went back to some of the consent agenda items, I also want to give kudos to our library department for items B and C. The long range plan, I'm very excited about the technology. I had an opportunity to use the Magic augmented goggles, and I'm very excited about our Creative Edge Studio and what it's going to do to many generations that are going to be using it. In regards to the replacement desktop PCs and laptops, if we are able to donate them as part of a digital inclusion to our community, that is what I'd like to see. And then also on item 6G, purchases over 10,000. I know it happened last month, and I'm very sad that Canine Officer Eero had bone cancer and had to be euthanized. And so we're purchased a new canine for our canine unit. I do want to know if the city is planning on to do any sort of memory tree or what's a memorial tree or what's going on for Canine Officer Eero, because I know that he's no longer with us, but I'd like to know what's the city doing in remembrance of his service.
Yeah, I know PD already had an actual service for him.
Okay.
I think, and I know that they're looking at purchasing a new canine. I don't, Vanessa, is there anything more? They shared the video of the service. It was painful to watch, but it was beautiful. It was a full service as though a canine is considered an officer.
Yeah.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Hi, good evening, Deputy Chief Vanessa Snow. To answer your question, Mayor, we don't have a public memorial planned in the same way that we did for Officer Crowder's dog and at the dog park. We do not have, to my knowledge, any public memorial scheduled for the future. As City Manager has already mentioned, we did post the memorial that we did conduct. As painful as it was to lose a member of our agency, whether four-legged or not, still a painful loss for us, but we have identified our new one, and thank you for the purchase. And he's currently in the training process, and we look forward to introducing him to you all and to the community.
Thank you.
Real quickly, Mayor Grant, there is a hand raised by Kimberly Bush. I'm going to unmute the microphone.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor of the Commission. I just thank you for the opportunity to speak. I do not have an answer to all the questions that you all were asking, but I would like to say in response to the support for a position in Boynton Beach. First of all, I want to say to Commissioner Romulus that Pathway to Prosperity and to everyone, we've been in this community now for 11 years. And I can tell you that 90% of our clients are Haitian. 90% of the clients that we serve are Haitian Creole. So we do reach that population. Our struggle is reaching the African American population and getting them to come through the doors. As far as the ARP funds is concerned, we have been very successful at getting those applications processed, working with the gentleman Francis from Career Source. We figure out the language barrier. He doesn't speak Creole, he actually speaks, he's African, but we figure it out. We know how to communicate because we figured it out over the years. We do have staff that speak Creole and Spanish. So we have a very diverse staff and we're able to help each other. So we will figure it out. I hadn't envisioned staff actually going out into someone's home to get information, but we're able to tell them exactly what they need to bring in so that we're able to get those applications processed. We're communicating with the landlords to be able to have the landlords to fill out their paperwork. Now, there has been one or two hiccups with some landlords, but I tell you, they're sending flowers to Francis to say thank you because we're able to absolutely process those applications and get it through. And I can only see by adding another individual that there would just be more applications that we're able to process and more families in Boynton Beach that will be serviced. So far, as of Friday, I believe we had helped 39 families in Boynton receive rental support. And we're talking for months of support. You know, it's 10,000, 20,000 and more that these families have received from the county. So I just wanted you to know that we're doing the work. We welcome the support from the city to be able to market to more community members to get them all out there, but trust that we are doing the work that is necessary to reach our community. Thank you.
You know, thank you. Commissioner Romulus made me think of something because we did with the vaccination event. We hired Boynton Strong and we did door hangers. And so these are the types of ideas that, like, this isn't the one and only time we'll be coming to you on a project. It's like as they become available besides our planning session, it's going to be happening for the next 2 years in terms of the ways we can get this money into the community and help it. We also have CARES CDBG money going to the CDC. So Katura is doing a program. It's a little bit different. So perhaps we can, and Kim, we can talk, that we, maybe a communication strategy would also be able to have people help us go door to door with information, not necessarily go into their homes and process perhaps, but things like that help us get the word out. And we could use ARP money to do that. So we'll brainstorm on that in terms of just getting deeper in. We already planned on PSAs with the radio station. We've talked to Ms. Carlene. So we're learning and growing and expanding it as the ideas come up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Ms. Bush, for speaking up. That's really what I wanted to hear. I wanted to have the confidence that what I'm thinking in mind are the barriers are already being addressed or already being thought of by your entity and by your organization. So I'm glad to hear that. And I would say, you know, in terms of also outreach to the Hispanic community, maybe we should also reach out to the Hispanic Chamber and some other organizations that can help us really tap into those communities as well.
Yeah, that's a struggle. So anybody with any help there, we've talked about, you know, we know people in the Asian community and we have contacts that way. And the Hispanic community, we struggle a little bit more. So any help there. In fact, I think Ms. Trejo, who was going to accept the proclamation, when David, we saw the email that it was coming on, I was like, ask her to sit on the stakeholder committee for the FIU study. And he did, and he reached out, and actually she's going to be someone. But people in the community that can help us get to identify areas or individuals to contact, that's where we need help.
Absolutely.
And so I heard regarding our Hispanic community, a lot of them live in the apartment complexes along Congress. And so that's something that we really need to work on, is the different apartment complexes, if that's the case.
Property managers, we've talked actually about doing that and then blitzing out information through their communication systems.
So that's kind of it, is that it's not just east of 95 that we need to look at. We need to look at the whole city. Okay, I believe now we're done with consent agenda.
Do we need to vote on that individual item?
I don't think we changed anything.
Okay.
No public hearing. Moving on to city manager's report. Discuss the take time to hold a city commission workshop to review the first draft of the spending plan for the expenditure of ARPA funds.
Chair.
Yes.
I would just like to say that I don't think that time is an appropriate time. I would want to make sure that it's a time that we can get ample public input and a healthy debate from residents in the community who may have input that they would like to give us on how we can be spending these ARP funds. So that Tuesday at 3:30 timeframe, I don't think is the best time to propose.
I mean, before our meeting at 5:30.
Correct. So as unpopular as it may be, and as much as I may not want to do it either, but maybe doing it out on the 4th Tuesday of the month and doing it at like 6 or 6:30, just to allow for residents of the community, if they'd like to participate, to have that ability to.
I mean, if you want to do it in the sense that you want to make sure that the community has the ability, I would say Friday afternoon. So
no, come on.
Well,
Friday?
you stated that we wanted to make sure the community was there. I know that most of the community have Friday afternoons available.
Right. I'm also considering that most people are not going to want to come and talk about city business on a Friday.
Hey, exhausted. And well, hey, that's kind of where I'm at, is that if we want to give the most people the opportunity to speak, then it might be on a Saturday and Sunday. But it's like, when do you feel, what day is the best? Do you feel it's which day? Is it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday?
As long as it's post 5 p.m., that's what matters to me. I would prefer it not to be on a weekend because, again, most people don't want to be conducting or wanting to talk about city business on a weekend, especially on a Friday evening. So it would preferably be a weekday, Monday through Thursday, after 5. Those are my suggestions, and the board can do as they please. But I just wanted to say that Tuesday at 3:30 would probably not be the best time to do it.
Mayor? Okay. Our intention on this workshop was to have our preliminary kind of report to you on the outreach we would have accomplished by then. We would have had our 3 outreach sessions. The survey continues on. We've had several hundred responses there, and it continues on our website. emails and so forth, to bring that information plus the framework we had and start just talking loosely about potentially creating, like you've seen some cities do with buckets of areas of priority. We're not probably going to be ready to like drill down to specific projects in super detail. It's more of a discussion for you to tell us what are your priorities and your thoughts. But it wasn't envisioned to be necessarily a public outreach session, so that's why we did it before the CRA for an hour and a half or 2 hours. That's what our vision was. Do you want to open it up to be more, and it's not the last discussion you're going to have. This is going to be one of many of how this money is going to be spent. You're not going to be talking about earmarking, say, or allocating the $6 million to any specific thing necessarily. We're nowhere near that. I think it's more to get some sense of priorities with the things, everything we've identified so far. You'll be doing that many times over the next couple of years.
So are you saying that there would be community outreach or community input workshops that have already been done prior to this with the public?
Yeah, we have
Okay.
2 or 3 scheduled, and then the nonprofit stakeholder workshop is scheduled. We just kind of want to collate what we have to date, and then we'll do that again as we probably, I would say in the next 6 months, we'll be doing something similar again. Hey, here's more input. Here's some new ideas.
So it would be more of a comprehensive report of what you've
gathered to date and ideas we
I
have
understand
to
now.
yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then I'm fine with the Tuesday at 3:30. I just thought this was more of a public input type thing, so I wanted to make sure to give that opportunity to the public.
And we want to get some direction to from the standpoint of priorities, where we can then start really spending our time drilling down into certain areas or hot spots of thoughts we have. And again, it's going to be many a conversation over the next couple of years.
When are you planning on having those meetings so that we want to be after you have that public input from the city? I mean, from the community?
Yeah, David could tell us the dates we have so far, and I would venture to say certainly these aren't going to be the only ones we'll be having.
Okay.
I see us doing it in many formats and many times as we go through the next couple of years.
Yes, David Scott, Director of Economic Development and Strategy. The first public meeting is scheduled for the 30th of September, and I'll have to send you the other dates because I just lost it just that quickly. But we can I can have those available to you as well.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, John.
Hey, I just wanted to clarify those dates. September 30th at 6 p.m. in the commission chambers. It'll be a hybrid, so it'll be in person and virtual. The second public input meeting will be scheduled for October 28th, Thursday, and that'll be at Fire Station 3. That'll be in person only. And then we're going to have a nonprofit input meeting scheduled specifically just for our nonprofits as a more of a listening session to get their input on the process. That'll be October 21st at 6 p.m. in the commission chambers, and that will be a hybrid meeting as well.
And so you're saying this meeting is just to coordinate all of those 3 public meetings?
Yeah, and give you an update and say, hey, this is what we've heard so far. This is what we're thinking. These are some ideas and projects that people have mentioned, and then just get your feedback on where you think you want us to spend our time. You know, prioritize.
And so that way,
start then getting some detailed costs on things and so forth, and what it's going to take to get some of the stuff implemented.
As Lori mentioned, Mayor, we've received input from our public survey, as well as the emails, as well as the websites, as well as Facebook, social media. We have over 150 responses that we've called together. These are suggestions from the public, as well as nonprofits, and staff as well. So we pulled all of that together under the 5 different categories through ARP. And we'd like to present that to the commission and get your thoughts and ideas on how should we formulate, put this framework together and spending plan together, and then get your direction on where to go.
As step one, right?
Step one.
Yeah, step
and
one
then
of many.
If there's any direction, further direction, or a specific direction from the commission, we could actually set up another meeting, a specific commission meeting that would codify any specific projects that you would have identified. At a later meeting. So that go to Commissioner Ramos's point, that would be an opportunity for any public input at that time, additional public input at that time.
So Laura, did you say you would need about an hour and a half, 2 hours?
That would be good. Because just tonight, we spent a good 15, 20 minutes on the raffle topic. So I would say let's do 2 hours, and then that will give us some.
So what I'm hearing is September 30th is the meeting, October 21st, and October 28th.
Those are the public input meetings. So now that you're not going to the League of Cities, we didn't want to put it before the 15th, Commissioner, because you were going to be the one gone on the Monday, and the rest were leaving Tuesday. But now that that's happening, that's another date, perhaps maybe before the meeting on the 16th. If you want to just come in a little bit early, and we can do it then.
Yeah, I don't think it would be a good idea to have what did our last CRA meeting last to midnight? So 3:30 to midnight is not something I would like to do. So if we could do it Monday, the 15th.
Or do you want to do it before the meeting, when we move the meeting back to the 16th? We can do it before the 16th? Or do you want to do a separate workshop? I was trying to tack it on to something else for you because I know it's tough on your time. Totally up to you.
So yes, if we have a short meeting on the 16th planned.
And we'll make a point to do that as best we can.
I think that might work out the best.
Oh.
Fine with that.
3 to 5, and then we can
Yeah.
get to eat and then take a break before you start.
Short meeting.
I hear you.
Yeah, but it means we have to keep our comments short.
I know, I'm looking at you, Justin.
Make the rules around here about how much time we all talk, but.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
So we're talking November 15th or the 16th?
16.
We're
16th.
At 4?
No, 3 to 5.
3 to 5?
And then the city commission meeting at 5:30, which we are going to discuss at our next item.
Uh-huh.
So do you need a motion, Jim?
That would be best, yes.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. In addition, we have a new item 9B to move back the city commission meeting scheduled for November the 15th at 5:30 to November the 16th at 5:30.
Second.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to unfinished business, may I have a motion to remove from the table?
So move.
Second. All those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Proposed resolution 21-114, approve and authorize a second addendum to the franchise agreement with FLSC LLC for a textile recycling program, designated an allocation and use of funds policy for this contract. So I guess I'd like the backup for this. This was I remember a while back, I think it was in the old city hall, that we had an RFQ out for this type of franchise agreement. And with that, we had some issues regarding the vendor making payments. We came to a conclusion with the vendor for the payments, however, at a much reduced rate. In addition, contract is currently expired, and I'm not necessarily as happy as I am with the first RFQ that came out maybe 3 years ago. And so I'd like to have a conversation with the vendor to see what we can do, because we have a new sustainability department that's been around. And so I'd like to do what we can do to help recycle more in this community. So I'll ask the vendor if they'd like to say anything, or if they want to hear my comments.
And this is Mark Douglas. Hello, Mark.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm Mark Douglas with Florida Textile Recycling, FLSC. We are now.
The microphone a little bit more.
Sure. We've had several conversations with Mara and also Adam, as far as expanding the program and putting out more bins throughout the city. This year, this past week, we submitted 5 new applications. We sent out our sales girl, and she visited a number of different businesses here in the city, and we were able to secure 5 additional locations, which we have now submitted to Adam's office for approval. Assuming those go well, we would like to put those out immediately. We're going to be submitting them in batches of 5 to continue to expand the program. We had some challenges, as some of you know, obviously with COVID before that with getting certain locations approved. So we've kind of been stagnating for over a year, not being able to do anything, obviously with COVID and other things like that. But we would like to put out more bins and recycle more merchandise in the city of Boynton Beach, much more so than even the city would, because that's the way we generate additional revenue and can afford to pay the city additional fees.
Thank you. And I know that it's, whenever I saw an overflown bin, which is hopefully a good thing that you were very quick to have it dumped and have that material. And I know that not everything that you get in is stuff that you can use. Right. The things are normally in plastic bags. You got to have a warehouse to sort everything and itemize it. But I really appreciate you because as part of ICLE, there are certain cities in Turku, Finland, they created their own textile recycling as part of their city because it's the circular economy. They want to make sure that they have that, material so that they can make other things out of those materials. And so what I would want with the city and a partnership with you is as part of our Go Green initiative. Because I know that you're a part of a lot of different shopping plazas. And so it's like, how can we, as our sustainability department, help you advertise this recycling component? Because we want to, because the better you do, the better that we do.
Right. Yes,
and so that'd be the one aspect, is that hopefully our sustainability department can work with you so that we can further move forward our Go Green initiative than just restaurants, the other businesses that you're stating. That's something that I'd like for us to work with you in the future. And, hopefully with the excess, product that you're getting, we can do that. The other thing is that, the Solid Waste Authority, explains, what are you supposed to do with appliances that are old but not broken, or, certain electronics or other things like that, that still have uses for other people. Certain neighborhoods, I see the pickup truck coming before the bulk pickup because they're looking for any item. And I remember when I was moving houses, if I left something out of my front yard, it would be gone pretty quickly, because if it looked like it had value. Is your business anything moving forward to any other type of recyclables, or are you only sticking with textiles?
We mainly handle textiles. We're not really equipped to handle, electronics and different things like that. And because we don't have a way to dispose of those in a proper way, it's just not something that we're able to really handle, and we don't have the personnel and other things like that, nor the avenues to dispose of that stuff, either stuff that is in good saleable condition or stuff that may not be. We just don't, we're not equipped to do that.
And so that's my concern, is that, you know, there are other types of vendors that have that capability. And so that's kind of where my understanding is that I don't necessarily know how the commission feels with doing another 3-year agreement. I'd like to do another 1-year agreement with you, and at the minimum, and to see what, you know, what the city can do an RFP, RFQ for those other aspects of recyclables, because I feel that it's in the city's best interest to recycle as much of the products rather than putting them out for bulk.
Sure. I think there is other vendors that do strictly electronic type items. I don't know of any off the top of my head, but I know I've seen that. I know in the town of Davie, where we have also have a contract, they have a separate vendor that does something with the electronics. And I think some other cities do that as well. They have bulk drop-offs for these electronic type items, as well as many cities have different things for shredding paper and other things like that. But those are all separate vendors that do all of that.
All right, and so thank you for the information. Then I guess we don't really need to do another RFP, RFQ, because if you're saying they're separate vendors, let's do it. We don't need to compete with that, you already here in so many locations. I guess I'm okay with the 3-year extension. I guess I would request that if you have any of that information that you could forward to us in the city, who the cities are and what kind of contracts, to see if we can't piggyback so that we can hopefully recycle more in the city.
Sure. I'll reach out to Phil Holsey at the town of Davie and get the name of the vendor and any contact information of who they use, and the other cities that we partner with as well. I'll also reach out to them and see what they're doing with electronics.
Yes, Commissioner Katz.
Just I guess question for staff maybe. What was the original agreements per bin rate, and was that monthly or annually? If anybody recalls.
May I answer?
Yeah, we're going to answer from staff. So.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Mara Frederickson, Finance Director. The original per bin was 2,000, so they maintained the rate per bin. They just reduced the number of bins.
Okay, so I didn't run the math in my head, but that 175 is roughly, times 12.
The 175 is times 12. That is with the CPI increase. So they're at 2101 per bin with this new contract.
Okay, so that alleviates my concerns. I was trying to make sure that the rates were, comparable to where we were post-COVID, where they were supposed to be.
Yeah.
Okay. In addition, I know that you had certain trucks and certain events. I don't know, hopefully it's not too late, but I know that we have Pirate Fest coming up, and I'd love to see if there's an ability to either recycle or reuse old Halloween costumes.
Sure.
So I know that it's something that maybe we work with the city or the CRA, but I'd like to have, you come to one of our music events or something so that we can have the truck so people know what to do with their old clothes, because it's like, even if it's a ripped sock and nobody can wear it, you still have value to it, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so whether it's stained or not stained, don't throw it away, recycle it.
Correct. And we would love to participate in some city events that you have. We would like to help promote them as well to make it successful. For us to just park a truck out there, if nobody knows we're going to be there, wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to do. But if we're able to, on the initial brochures that go out, or any communications from the city, whether it be electronic or emails or what have you, if it could promote, we would make sure that we have a truck and personnel there to accept the clothing. for, however long the event is going on for that day. We've, pre-COVID, we did it in the town of Davie on some events that they've had, the parade and Orange Blossom Parade and some other things like that. So we would love to participate with you guys with that as well.
So if there's no any comments from the commission or the public, I request a motion to approve. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Look forward to continue working with you.
Thank you. Have a great evening. Thank you very much.
All right, new business, proposed resolution 21-133. I guess, yeah, Andrew, you're the one running the utilities now.
Yes, sir. I do have Juanita Bryant. She's our administrator of utilities. She has a brief presentation if you'd like it to
Yes.
go over the rates.
Please.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Juanita Bryant, Manager of Utility Administration. And I do have a presentation to go over with you.
Yes, please.
I know you've heard discussion before about our utility optimization model that assists us in determining the proper rates. And it's based on CPI index and inflation. And then we also put all our asset and projects in that program so that it helps us determine and make adjustments in smaller increments instead of doing an evaluation like every 5 years and having to jump higher than what we've been doing. How do I?
Good way to say
Slide.
to smooth
Next
the
slide.
rates.
There you go.
To smooth the rates, yes.
So,
So
and all
what-
you have to say is next slide in order to have someone advance the slide.
Okay, thank you. So what we're recommending, based on our analysis, we're proposing to hold rate levels for water and chilled water with a 2% increase in wastewater and a 2-cent per 1,000 gallon rise for reuse and a 50-cent increase in stormwater fees. Next slide, please. So this table shows the 2% increase in wastewater rates. The top two rows in each category are the monthly base charges. And the third row is the cost for each 1,000 gallons of metered water flow. Next slide, please. This table, the stormwater reuse rate adjustments, this table shows the 50-cent increases in stormwater and 2 cents per 1,000 gallon increase in reclaimed water rates. And on the next slide, I wanted to show you how the rate adjustments impact the typical customer's bill. These are changes to various types of customer bills based on the proposed rates. A single-family home with water, sewer, and stormwater will increase if they're inside the city limits by $1 per month. For anyone outside the city that doesn't have stormwater, it'll be raised by 61 cents on average. And on the next slide, please. This water and wastewater rate comparison compares.
Excuse me. Go back to that slide, please.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this slide, the water and wastewater rate comparison. I wanted to show you how we stack up against 13 other South Florida utility providers. The average rate for someone using 10,000 gallons of water is $104 per month, while Boynton is projected at $77 per month. And that's my presentation. Are there any questions?
How much do we anticipate increase with the 50-cent stormwater over the next year? If you can give me a total number. You know, if it was $7, what's it at $7 and what's it at $7.50?
I don't have that number in right there.
The anticipated revenue, Mayor?
Yeah, the anticipated revenue.
Okay.
I can get
we
that
can
back
get
to you.
that. Yep. We'll email that to you.
Yeah, because you know, that was one of the big things with the sustainability fund is, you know, if stormwater keeps on going up, we're not going to outspend it. And so that's kind of where the sustainability aspect of it, because the trees, you know, do so much for stormwater by reducing the amount of rain that we have hit our roads or hit our ground. And that's something that I'm looking forward to that we're doing. I know that we did receive a check for $10,000 for our sustainability fund. And, you know, I'm looking forward to helping the lakes that were, you know, hurt in the Quantum Park area to, you know, to make sure that they're doing the best that they can to keeping the lakes clean and making sure that if there's any vacant land there, that we put trees there and do what we can to remove dead, you know, invasive trees and put more things for the flora and fauna that is there. Yes.
So I don't know if any of you have had the opportunity to meet Winnea before. She's been, Winnea, how long with the city?
23 years.
So Winnea is a perfect example of growing in an organization and one being an outstanding employee. She started here as a meter reader,
Yes.
right? 23 years ago. And she is now managing a big one of our 5 managers in the utility. I can't tell you what she's doing right now because we'll probably be changing it tomorrow. we're in the middle of actively working with the department. But one, you did a great job. I know you were nervous as all get out tonight. This is her first time presenting to the commission, but I just wanted you to know she is the prime example of someone that has been an outstanding employee and has grown in our organization and is doing just a great job. And we are very lucky to have her aboard.
Thank you. Thank you.
So if there's no more questions, comments by the commission, anyone from the public, either here or virtually? Seeing none, do we have a motion in a second?
Yeah. Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
All right.
All right, moving on to consider and approve authorizing use of ARPA funds to provide a monetary incentive to $500 to each city employee who is fully vaccinated on or by November 15, 2021 for an approximate cost of $400,000. This incentive is subject to collective bargaining.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none. Does this include part-time employees? Okay.
Does this include the commissioners?
Do we want it to include the
That's up
commissioners?
to you.
You're not employees. So you'll have to change the scope of it if you want to do that.
We're elected leaders that are employed by the city.
You're not employed.
We are paid by the city.
You're still not employees. You're something very special, but you're not employees.
We're special.
Say that.
Good or bad.
Is that because we're
But
the
we
ones,
love you.
we're the ones that control, you know, the hiring and firing of the people to the right?
You're not an employee.
$1,000, not 500.
Oh, you suck up.
So, yeah, so no, the commission is not included.
You can include yourself.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
Just
just change it to saying been commissioned.
All right, well, I believe everyone here has gotten their vaccine. Is that, well, I know I have gotten my vaccine.
I have mine.
And so the aspect of it is that if the commission, if someone wants to change to allow us to get the $500, that's fine. If they want to say, you know, make it the $100. But if you want to say that, hey, you know, the city pays us enough to be here and do everything that we do.
Everyone up here had their 2 shots.
Well, yeah, it's, if someone wants to say that they have had their vaccine, they're allowed to, you know, if you want to ask. However, I do say that, you know, it's an individual medical decision. So if nobody wants to respond whether they've gotten it or not, it's still their choice.
Mayor,
Yes.
obviously the rest of you can do as you please, but for me, I am not interested in being included in this. My understanding, the intent of this is for the employees, so I want to leave it at that.
I'm on the same page.
I don't have a problem with that, but I think we have, well, I'll just talk for myself, reserved the right to know since I'm in close contact. I know it's a personal thing, but here again, we're putting that burden on the employees to reveal, and we should be no different. Even though we may not get paid, we still should know what the status of each colleague up here is.
I have no problem saying that I went and Fire gave me the shot the first Saturday that it was available to people in my youthful age bracket.
Yes. I have no problem disclosing that as well, so I'm with you, Commissioner, Vice Mayor.
So.
And Mayor, this will apply to, for all of the employees that from day one took the responsibility to get vaccinated, they will be included in this. And I think we're looking at, is it November 15th is the deadline, Julie, to be fully vaccinated, which means if you're having a 2-shot series or any shot, your last shot, it has to be 2 weeks after to be considered fully vaccinated by that date. And you will have to put your, I guess, a copy of your vaccine card on file with HR. Correct. To demonstrate your vaccination. And then finance will take it from there.
Yes.
If I may, Laura, what I hear you saying, if someone had their shot on November 14th or 15th, they still would be eligible? No.
No, so they'll have
2 weeks prior to
right.
November 15th.
14 days, is it?
On the 15th day following
15th
the
day,
second dose,
you'll be considered fully vaccinated.
Pfizer or Moderna, or following the single dose of Johnson & Johnson.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be honest, you know, it's the aspect of being in working with the city employees. That's something that I can say I do. Jim?
Yes, sir. I'm sure you do.
And, you know, spending the time here with Alan last year, doing a lot of the meetings out in the public because I wanted to make sure that everyone who wanted to petition the government had the right to the petition government, that you didn't need a phone, you didn't need the internet. The fact that, you know, all the different events that we go to where we are interacting with the public, you know, I'm glad that we are making this decision to make sure that all the employees have the full incentive to get vaccinated. You know, I know that my family would appreciate the $500, but if nobody else on the commission feels that that is something that we're entitled to, then I'll agree with them. However, I know that it's something that is beneficial for everybody that does get the vaccine. So, seeing no further comments, I'll ask for a motion.
So move.
No, there's someone who would like to make a comment.
Shield over here.
Or just go to
Just
those
have the speaker
microphones.
go over there because they're taking their mask off and it's close proximity to.
Yes, sir. Since you knocked the partition off between yourself and the clerk, it'd be safer for you to be over there. You knocked that partition over earlier, so it'd be safer for you to be there.
We all saw it.
Really?
Well, we have staff sitting right there and we just want to have that.
Well, that's not my
protection.
point, but you know what? When I sent you that thing about Boca Raton, why didn't you notice that?
Sir, you're here to speak on the agenda item before
I
you.
know that, but you know what I mean? It's just, it's a very antagonistic atmosphere here.
I'm sorry you feel that
So
way.
Ernest McNolly, I'll leave my mask on. Ernest McNolly, 710 Northeast 7th Street. I have to tell you, I'm sitting in the back here. You can't hear a word any of you are saying. You seem to be enjoying the fact about a COVID vaccine, about money, and the mayor wants $500 and this guy doesn't want any money. And I don't understand the joke about COVID. I just don't get it. And then you're talking about $500,000. Who's getting the $500? Employees?
Correct.
How many employees are there in Boynton Beach?
Roughly 800.
800. So how much money will that cost?
To max 400,000.
Okay, so I'd like to ask a question. In other words, if you're an employee here, if you pass this tonight, everybody's getting $500.
No.
No.
Slow down. If you're willing to get vaccinated, or if you are vaccinated, is it just me that doesn't understand? There's 800 employees. Who gets $500? Everyone?
That gets vaccinated by the date in question.
All right, so now we're getting somewhere. So in other words, you don't get the 500 unless you're vaccinated.
Correct. That is the agenda item.
Okay, and that little segue about the commission getting it, that's really not critical because there's only, what, 6 or 8 of you, so.
No, we're not considered employees.
Okay. Okay, so the other 400 people, if by the 15th of November, they could show up with a vaccine card, they get $500.
Correct.
Okay. What if in this 800 employees, is it 800? 800? There are already 600 that are already vaccinated. They get the 500.
That would cost $300,000.
But I'm saying, you're making this sound like it's an incentive.
It is.
So if an employee already realized that getting the vaccine could save their life and they got it, why are you giving them $500?
Because nobody will sign a collective bargaining agreement stating that people who took the incentive to already get the vaccine are denied the financial incentive that people who have waited will receive.
And I think we're pretty clear in Boynton Beach who are the people who are denying it the most, aren't we? Doesn't it seem to be EMS, firemen, police, et cetera? A lot. You know, when you see all these meetings all over the county and all over the state, a lot of firemen, police, they don't want it. And they don't want to wear masks or anything.
This incentive exists
to
promote employees of the city receiving the vaccine and the incentive.
So now you think that this is going to give all the firemen and their unions who are all over the state saying they don't want to be forced to get a vaccine, you think now they're going to line up and get a vaccine when they've already been exposing us with whoever, EMS, police, or whatever, for over a year.
Mayor.
Sir, I think
I don't get the $500. I just don't get it.
So,
and who's paying the 500? The taxpayer?
Federal government
has provided this funds. This is the federal government of the United States of America have provided COVID relief funds. This is an acceptable use as defined by the federal government and Congress. And whether people get it or not is not our prerogative. We are incentivizing people getting it. That is what the agenda item is.
And to incentivize people that already got it, that protected you as soon as they had the ability to get the vaccine. So we're not creating a distinction for people that have gotten the vaccine or people that will get the vaccine, but we are creating distinction for people that don't get the vaccine.
I get it. Is the federal money allotted for employees only, or could it be anyone in Boynton Beach?
I was trying to have a raffle for everybody who has already gotten the vaccine. $100,000 raffle for everybody, similar to what we're doing here. However, we would need 2 other commissioners to agree to that. So yes, I do feel that everyone in the city of Boynton Beach should be entitled to some funds for getting a vaccine.
Okay, well, since I'm a homeowner taxpayer here, I would say all that 400,000 should not go to any employees of the city. They already have a good job. How about giving it to the 17% of Boynton Beach, which is almost 18,000 people who live on the poverty level? Why not give it to them?
We already ran a program this past weekend. As
Oh, really?
described earlier in the meeting.
Really? You wonder why there's so many people lining up for food. The contrast in Boynton Beach is unbelievable. And for you to say that the highest paid people here should get $500, it doesn't make sense to me.
Thank
How
you.
about the 17% of this city that lives on the poverty level that, have kids that don't have enough to eat?
So thank you for your comments, sir.
Well, you're welcome.
All right. Seeing no further comments, all those in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Discussion on amending the disposition process for real property owned by the city.
Good evening, Andrew Mack, Assistant City Manager of Public Services. Bringing this item before you tonight, I know there's been a lot of discussion about how to handle letter of intent, disposition of property. So the city attorney and I, and with the manager, have worked and come up with 2 options that we brought before you for discussion purposes. I apologize in advance. The one item, John, there he is. He brought up the presentation. I have a short presentation as well. One item, the option 1, the edits were not as part of the backup, unfortunately. So
There is a handout from earlier
I'm
this
sorry.
evening. You should have a copy of that with the agenda number at the top of it.
Yeah, the version published didn't have the track changes in it, so we system cleans it up automatically.
So again, option 1 is a simple edit. It would be changing the existing language to add verbiage that would require the city to declare the property surplus and then look for requests for proposals or an invitation to bid would be issued. Then notifying the public that we have this surplus property that we're seeking to sell. The second option, which is a little bit more detailed and a little bit more fleshed out, Jim kind of, and I don't know if you want to talk to this, Jim, he crafted it from scratch or borrowed sections of it from different code. Goes into a more detailed process along the same lines of declaring the property surplus, and then gives you options on how you can deal with that property. It's hard to read on this. Can you go to the main page, John, so I can read it?
And I'll ask John if you could switch the interpreter to the top screen.
Yuri and Darian, can you guys manage that at your end? I don't have control of that, Mayor Grant.
And thank you. And then we'll have.
And
Is that
Andrew, which slide would you like?
Yep. Back to the second option, first slide.
Okay.
So again, this is the option that Jim prepared for you. It goes through again, some of the language that just declares the property surplus, delineates some character and size characteristics of the property. Next slide, please. Get to the meat of it. It has some specific language that helps us declaring when a property is surplus. Next slide. Require a public hearing, how we dispose of it as well. And then also when we were requiring appraisals. Next slide. I'm not going to go into complete detail on each line item. We can talk to that. Again, this is laying out the necessity for the appraisals and when they're not required. Next slide. And then the methods of disposal. This would give you the option that this point would, if we got our letter of intent or an offer on a property that was unsolicited, at that point, you would have the option to either advise us to negotiate it with the particular vendor or buyer, or tell us to do the sealed bids, how that would be done, handled. Next slide. And then again, it gives us option to transfer to different governmental agencies or the potential to do a land swap as well. Next slide. And then proceeds from the transfer, how those will be handled, and then the conveyance mechanism as well. That's a big overview. I know I didn't go into a lot of detail of as far as how we're going to handle it. And Jim, I don't know if you want to speak to any of the items as far as what the proposed changes were. I think the intent here is to make sure that when we get a property that we're actually bringing it to the public so that they have a fair and opportune way to be notified, know how they can potentially bid on it, and then we're making decisions as they bring back all those items back to you so you can make one cohesive decision instead of trying to piecemeal it.
You know, I'm excited that we're planning on doing something because, you know, we have some vacant land and somebody wants to do with it, or the city needs to do something with it itself. I don't think this is necessarily making us developer friendly, creating language that is not necessarily part of a developer agreement that's negotiated. Is this language able to be changed to a developer's agreement, Jim?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. What do you mean change to?
Well,
there's also an item on the agenda about development agreements. This is intended to cover the disposition of all or any city-owned real estate.
Okay, so this is 11C, and then there's 12A.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little confused with those two items.
And again, we're looking for just direction as far as if you want to go with this simple edit, which is just adding it to the process and giving a little bit more freedom on how that, or a little bit tighter direction as far as when we get an offer or an LOI and we go straight to an RFP or invitation to bid, or do you want to have a more a la carte style of ordinance? Both require us to bring back the ordinance to you prepared, and it will be 2 hearings.
So Andrew, just to be clear, this would not make it final today. You just need direction of which of these two.
Exactly.
Well, in that case, I'm more in favor of option 2, where you have a more detailed and quite frankly, more clear process of disposition of properties. So yes, I'm going to support option number 2. Definitely require appraisal. I think my only question as of the moment is, you know, this conversation started because of prior events. And I wanted to know how that may have changed with this kind of language in place. In other words, can we do a case study? Give me an example and how this would play out.
So we can use the last example, which was the area out off of Nichols Boulevard.
That's fine.
So we did receive an LOI, I believe, or an offer at that point, which was brought back to the commission, which you guys gave and authorized to move forward with the purchase and sale agreement. And as a part of that process, we brought it back to you to execute that agreement. And during that process, again, that's in the sunshine. It's published at meetings. The offers were out there. At the last minute, you receive an offer from somebody else. So this is where we get this conflict to where it's a process that's delineated, is defined, so that you have all the information that you need to make the decision at that time, instead of trying to piecemeal it. I think that will, by using option 2 or 1, I think either one will accomplish the same thing. I think option 2 will just give you a little bit more options on how you deal with it. Because again, not everything fits within a certain box. So Jim tried to give you at least some options as far as, you know, we may get I can bring you an example with Ms. Bumgarner, where we had vacant parcel, was adjacent to her property. So maybe that's something that you don't want to take as an RFP, because really the only person that would value add to that property would be the adjacent property owner. That would give you the opportunity just to negotiate straight with that person and bring it back as a purchase or sale. But for instance, we have an offer now on the Leisureville property. So this would act, we bring the LOI back to you. At that point, you would tell us it is surplus or you don't want to entertain it. Or if you did, what was the process? You have an a la carte menu. You can do a negotiation, tell us to go out and do a formal sealed bids. And that way you'll define the process when we're declaring the surplus.
So this would basically say that there would be no land surplus in the city unless it is declared.
Until the city commission declares it surplus.
Right.
Much the same way that when, think about it, it's the same kind of considerations you would have or consider when somebody comes and requests the abandonment of a right of way.
What I'm
First
asking
evaluation is whether there's.
does the city currently have any lands that are declared surplus?
We have not declared any land surplus at this moment that I'm aware of.
I know that in the past we did. When we were in the old city hall, we had discussions regarding that.
I know that, I don't recall which committee. Yeah, that was back when Jeff was here. We brought back, I think there was 4 parcels. There was Galaxy Scrub, Leisureville.
Yeah.
The old Station 2. I believe they were declared surplus for the purposes of soliciting input. But then when we brought it back, we disposed of what we thought was the surplus and then retained, or we didn't get offers on this, what we said was surplus.
And so that, basically I want to make sure that currently that when we're having this, that there is no surplus land, and that anybody else that would like that land, we would have to declare it surplus before any sort of a la carte options move forward.
I do believe that is the intent of what Jim wrote, is that when we get something that we want to dispose of, it needs to first come before you to declare it surplus. Then we can move it through as you advise us how you'd like to see this move through that process, whether it be through a negotiation or we're doing a land swap. Again, we did something similar to that with Miss Williams, who had a parcel on MLK, who we owned a parcel, she owned a parcel. It made mutual benefit just to swap our land. They were pretty similar in location and size, but it made our property more usable, in which we turned around and give to the CRA, and made hers as well. So again, we wanted to give you, you have the one that's the smaller version. I think it's a little bit tighter. The second version, like Commissioner Penserga mentioned, it gives you a little bit more flexibility to deal with them on a case-by-case basis, but it will provide for a well-defined process as a part of that disposition. And if that's the direction, if we can get a consensus, if option 2 is, I'll work with Jim and we'll bring back you an ordinance format.
Okay.
Mayor,
yes,
I have a question either for Andrew or for Jim. So I'm looking under methods of disposal. Section 5, you could negotiate directly with a person or entity, or we could proceed to option 2. There's sealed bids, requests for proposals. It's not clear to me, and I don't know if this is something that's still to be worked out, but perhaps I'm missing it from the language. It's not clear to me at which point one is triggered over the other, or is that intentional? Is that intentionally left to be open, or?
It is intended to be open, because many times you may not be thinking about a piece of property as surplus, but somebody driving past it may see it and start the process by contacting the city to see if the city would be prepared to sell it. So, the first section, this allows for a variety of methods to start the process and rolling, as opposed to, say, the city commission directing the administration to provide you with a survey of all city-owned property and then going through them one by one until you evaluate all of the list for whether they're surplus or not. What's surplus today might not be considered surplus a year ago, or could be different a year from now. The benefit of what we have had for some time now has been the relative ease in which the city could dispose of real property. And that was triggered in part by the fact that before we changed the rules, it was hard to do that. So it impeded the redevelopment of properties because people couldn't get through the process of acquiring them from the city. And this has been cyclical over the years. It's been very hard to sell property. In the past, it's been easy to sell property. And it's currently relatively easy to sell property when you compare our process to other municipalities. And you could say that that is what has stimulated some of the growth of the city. But, you know, I couldn't say that with real certainty because nobody's ever surveyed that.
So that being said, with what we're considering tonight, does that help alleviate? Does it impede? What is the, I guess, from a bird's eye view perspective, what is this doing tonight?
I would think that would help. If I was a developer or a potential buyer of a property, I would want to know there's a defined process. I wouldn't want to invest money in creating drawings and sketches and due diligence and then have it brought to you and then all of a sudden at the last minute somebody swooping in and outbid me by $500. So I do think that this would actually promote that. Obviously, we can tweak the time frames to help make sure that we're helping developers expedite to that point. But I do believe that it will do that.
Have we done the due diligence of running this by a couple people in the development community to see what they think of it?
I have not. We have not. Again, this is something that we can do. We don't have to bring it back to you right away at the next meeting. We can speak to a few developers and let them review it. We can get it in a proper format so that we can put it out there for consumption to the development community.
Yeah, I'm in no rush with this. And again, I just want to make sure that, again, as government, we have so much red tape bureaucracy that inadvertently sometimes we have in place that prevents, individuals in the public who they're good at what they do, but they don't understand what we do and how we do it and why we do it. And so it makes their job more difficult. And so if we're going to put anything in place that changes what we've done in the past, especially from Jim's comments that right now it's relatively easy as is, right? Without implementing what we have and what we're considering tonight.
Barry, I'd put it into two categories over time. Times when the city commission as a whole determined that they didn't really want to be developer friendly, okay, which was well in the past. And currently where the commission has been somewhat developer friendly. So therefore the rules that govern how a developer would acquire property are somewhat hurdles to clear. Now, remember, we're talking about developers here. There's other people that buy property that are not developers.
Yeah, I would venture to say we're
Adjacent property
development friendly, not developer friendly, because I can think of some developers that we're not very friendly with right now. I'm just saying. But that's neither here
That
nor
may be
there.
an exception to the rule.
There's always an exception to the rule. So yeah, I would say, I would kind of just shop this around a little bit just to make sure that we're not creating any inadvertent hurdles for our quote unquote developer friends out there, and anyone else who may be a worthy person to weigh in on this before we take a final vote on it. That would be my opinion.
I would suggest in that process that part of the discussion that you have might be, why does the city own real property that it is not doing anything with? And what is the long range goal for dealing with that property? Is it to land bank it for some future use? Is it to hold it to drive up the value of property in general over time, or to repress the value of property over time? I don't think there's ever been a real discussion at any city commission that I've sat through that, has really talked about why do we have real property and what do we want to do with it?
So my personal input into that conversation would be, in my opinion, and my colleagues can differ with me if they believe differently, but I would think any property that we have, it's, at any given point, the intention would be that it ultimately gets developed in order to provide taxable value for our city, whether that may be in the form of it being developed, or if it serves a function of perhaps becoming some type of parkland where we can do something with it that benefits developed areas around it. But that's my personal opinion. I may be wrong and others may disagree, but that's my intention in terms of why we have real property and what we can do with it, because as a city, that's the business that we're in, serving our communities and allowing for the revenue that's generated from the residents and business owners that live here to continue to allow us to serve those residents in this community. So that's just my input on that question that you asked, Jim. But I would say, like, you know, in terms of that question, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yes, Commissioner Pensurga.
Mayor, I just wanted to share that, you know, I'm supporting option 2. I've made that clear. But B, based on my reading here of this option 2, I see nothing that would impede development or redevelopment. In general, having a process provides clarity, and if anything, that should support development and redevelopment. Some of the items here, getting an appraisal for when the value exceeds some number, having public hearings, asking for letters of intent. I mean, these are all pretty standard from my understanding. So, you know, I also understand and agree with what Commissioner Romulus has said. It's good to always get some input and shop it around. But I just want to be very careful, though it's always good to get input, that we do not, and it's a fine line, that we do not let them dictate policymaking, right? This is about protecting the city and the city's interests. So there is a clear process, but not one that is overly in favor of them, right? We want to be open for business, but with safeguards in place to create a fair and reasonable process. So I'm going to continue my support for option 2, and if there are other improvements that can be made, absolutely, I'm open to getting more improvements on that.
Commissioner, thank you. I just want to comment that thank you for recognizing that option 2 is drafted in a neutral fashion.
I do want to come back, Jim, to that question I asked earlier, but I could do that privately. I'm imagining the situation, and we don't have to have this discussion now, but I'm imagining, okay, there's one interested party, then there's 2 interested parties, and then there's 3 interested parties. Do we negotiate all 3 in this commission meeting? You know, is that then the time to go to RFP? You know, what is the cutoff at some point? Because what we don't have is we don't want to have a free-for-all where everybody's negotiating with everybody on the spot and we're negotiating every little detail. I think that could spell for a very chaotic process. And if that were to happen, that would actually send the opposite message that we are kind of like the Wild Wild West, and we do not want that either.
Does anyone on the commission have any other input besides Commissioner Pensurga on this?
I support option 2 as well.
Okay.
Option 2.
All right. So we have a consensus.
Is it the intent of the commission to defer this coming back as an ordinance until such time as the administration has reached out for input from the developers community? Or do you want to vet that through the public hearing process of the ordinance?
Commissioner Katz?
I'm fine with it moving through the process. I think any interested parties have the right to come, and I think that it is intentionally worded in such a way that if you're a developer or a land purchaser that wants to, prospective land purchaser that wants to come in here, this affords you any number of options that might be a response. So I don't think we need any sort of, I don't think there's any bright ideas hanging out there that are any different than what you have presented to us.
So we're going to go with option 2 with public hearing.
My only input would simply be that as government officials, we think as government officials. And so having a different perspective to weigh in could potentially allow for us to see, you know, blind spots that we're not currently seeing. I have no disagreement whether we move forward with the process or whether we, you know, I don't care either way. It's not really that big of a point that I need to belabor it, but I just want to make that point. I always want to try to think of things when we're creating
different policies and things, that we're not just doing it with just our own government hats in place, but that we try to consider how others may perceive it, and maybe perhaps we don't see something that they might see. That's all.
I mean, the aspect of it is that in order for someone to move forward with this, we would, a future city commission would have to declare land as surplus. Is that correct?
At some point of the process, yes.
And so the aspect of it is that when is that the declaration? Is it after a letter of intent is accepted, or is it before a letter of intent is accepted?
It would be before.
And so that's, I think the key point is that, we don't need a letter of intent to declare land as surplus. However, we're not going to just declare land as surplus because someone wants it. They have to explain to us a little bit more detail. And if that's the case, then we can get a letter of intent. However, if someone says, hey, I want this land to build homes on, and we say, no, there's a forest there, we don't want to sell the land, then they don't waste their time trying to build the home where there's forests.
So Jim, at what point do we put a date on it? After the letter of intent has been, say, accepted by us, or?
Now, you would want to make the determination of surplus before you would accept a letter of intent. You might entertain letter of intent, but you wouldn't accept it and bind yourself to any future transaction without making the evaluation of whether it's surplus. And I thought about adding some details about what constitutes surplus property, but thinking back over the years, it's pretty clear that the city commission is really in the best position to make that determination on a case-by-case basis, taking into consideration all the information you have and the kind of contacts you get from your constituents and the public and whoever else is interested in the property. So, I think once the city commission conducts a discussion of whether a property is surplus or not, the outcome will be the correct outcome. Yeah, and that's another way of saying you don't need the city administration to tell you that something's surplus. You're able to make that determination, although the input of the administration will be important.
So you have consensus. Moving on to the last item, 12A, proposed ordinance 21-025, first reading, approved development agreement ordinance.
Motion to approve.
Second. All right, Jim, you want to read the ordinance?
Sure. Ordinance 21-025, an ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations, Chapter 1, General Administration, creating a new Article 8, development agreements, providing for conflict severability codification and an effective date.
Mayor, a second for discussion.
Yes.
There are several blanks in here. I assume that was for discussion.
Yes, sir.
All right, do you want to go over each blank?
So if you start on page 6, subparagraph D, that is just a blank until we decide upon the formatting and the numbering of the sections. So that will be filled in as we go forward. On page 7 is the first substantive blank, and that is the trigger for reversion after commencement of construction. So the expectation here would be is that would be a more limited right of reversion, but it would still be triggered by something. You don't want somebody making a significant investment in property and then finding out, that it's subject to reversion at that particular point. And the reason for that is because you're probably not likely to get development if somebody's going to have to take that kind of risk. We've discussed that before, both collectively and individually with respect to previous projects. So I don't know what that number is right now. I think that may be some additional input that the administration, the development department may have to weigh in on. So that would be something to plug in there. And then the bottom of page 7, this last paragraph, and this is essentially a payment that the developer would agree to make upfront to the city for past and future damages arising from or against a developer for the developer's breach of agreement. Again, maybe a complete deterrent to development activity. If it's too high a number, it might be a reasonable risk that a developer may take, knowing that it would be an easy out from the project, simply to pay the money and move on. But it would be moving on. It wouldn't be a number that we would think of in the context of litigation. It would be this is the trigger and this is what happens. So it's predetermined what happens. It's not speculative.
And Jim, is that number something that you would recommend the development department determines, similar to the other item?
Yes, sir. I do think we need that input because they could gauge. They have much more extensive communications with the development community. They get feedback both from developers directly and indirectly through the planners and other representatives that come to them for guidance and have informal discussions with them as well.
All right. I'm open to definitely getting their input on this.
That generally does not occur at either the city manager or the city attorney's level. It's all vetted out, you know, in the process of somebody exploring what they might want to develop, what it might cost them, and what the risks and benefits would be of proceeding.
I mean, my other question, I guess, to city staff is what future development projects does the city have? Because I know that when I got on the board, you know, redoing our downtown was the big development project. So I don't necessarily know out of the city's surplus funds what type of project that we're trying to build or not build with this ordinance. Mr. Pensurga, what are you trying to build?
Mayor, it's not about me trying to build anything in particular. From my standpoint, this is about putting in safeguards in place. We are going to have future development or redevelopment. That's inevitable, and it's coming. The question is, you know, what is the process and what safeguards do we put in place? For example, one of the issues that we've not had, but currently, is when a developer acquires land from us and then sits on it for a very long period of time and continually asks for extensions, right? What are some safeguards that we can put in place so we're never in this position, for example, that position of kind of being, I don't know what the saying is, kind of being strung along, if you will. You know, and I'll just put out one question that I have, and I'm looking for input from staff. One of the items here says clear disclosure that a development agreement is provisional and subject to revocation by the commission if the proposed project is not commenced within 18 months from the date of approval and they get a one-time extension of up to 12 months. So that's 30 months long, right? From the time of approval to 30 months. And so one of my questions is that acceptable period of time? Or shouldn't they just apply when they're actually ready to build? So it's not 30 months away. And you know, they're going to ask for another extension. So you know, that's just one example, but the big picture for me is what's the process? What safeguards are we putting in place? It's not about a specific project. It's about getting ready to take in future projects. And what do we do then? In my opinion, you know, I think we'll all agree that development and redevelopment is inevitable. It's coming.
I don't necessarily know the city's redevelopment that you're just speaking of? You say it's inevitable, but I don't understand what is inevitable. Could you please explain?
Future growth and development in the city, for example. I don't know. I can't really imagine yet because I don't know what will come up in the future. But what kind of future deals the city may make, whether it's pertaining to the mall or some other area related to the downtown. That's kind of my broad question. What safeguards are we putting in place? No specific project in mind.
So, I mean, didn't we put in place timeframes? And the problem is the language that is involved. What does commencement of construction mean? Andrew? Could it mean more than one thing to more than one person?
Sure, absolutely.
So we would have to define what commencement of construction is.
So perhaps that's one of the things that should be included. So there is clarity into the future.
Because demolition would be considered.
The form of construction, yes. Typically, what we usually do is it's the first permit. That's typically once the first permit's on a project, they become vested, which is not an earthwork permit. It's for the actual vertical construction.
And so I would want that language in it, not commencement of construction, because when someone gets a permit, they have to spend a lot of money in order to get it for a big project. Is that correct? So, I think the commission, we may want to, as you mentioned earlier, someone mentioned earlier, we're not necessarily developers or business people in this sense, is that we may want to have an aspect of a conversation with our chamber to see what is the best interest for the city for the future development. But the problem is that this is kind of only applies to city land that we're working with the development, kind of a public-private partnership. I don't see any future aspects of it, but if you feel that it's inevitable and it's going to happen, then yeah, I'll move forward with it. I know that there's some language that is, open to interpretation, and that's something that we don't want to see. So I think we need to have our attorney tell us, we want more defined terms than commencement of construction. We want things that are, more date certain so that it's not open to interpretation, is what you're requesting. Because I know that, unless I'm mistaken, our current developer of the parking garages is not in default of the contract and is not in breach of the contract. So we are just having a lawsuit, if I'm not mistaken, to determine what the contract our attorneys and their attorneys signed is. Because, as we mentioned earlier, commencement of construction means more than one thing to more than one person. So, there's a lot of different aspects of the legal determinations that is made in a contract. But if you want to try to create this language on behalf of the city for protection, I'm not going to go against you, but I want to make sure that we understand exactly what we're doing here. So I'd like, I guess, for our building department, Andrew, to make sure that all the language here is certain, so that it's not commencement of construction, it's the first permit. And that, if 18 months and 12 months, what happens if another pandemic hits or a major hurricane? Are we going to say, well, too bad for all the money that you put in? It's something that we have to take into account for.
But one thing I would ask Jim, when you mean talking about construction, these are developer agreements, but they'll be brought to you on a case-by-case basis. So that developer agreement would have specificity in the agreement, correct?
Yes, those details would be negotiated terms in the agreement itself.
So
correct.
this is just giving you the broad strokes of what's to be required in the agreements and how they would be constructed, versus when you have the agreement, it would come back to you, would have specific terms and conditions that are particular to that project.
Some very good points have been raised, and let me make just one suggestion, unless there's some sense of urgency on this. It might be just more appropriate to table this on first reading. I think we'd like to talk to the manager about this, maybe get some additional input from the CRA's professional staff and their legal counsel. Since, what ends up being good for the city is good for the CRA and vice versa. And I think you would want some consistency in those, since you sit as both. And then that'll give the development staff some additional time to look at some of the details. Things like what constitutes the commencement of construction. Is it the clearing and grubbing, or is vertical construction, as Andrew has referred to? And we'll continue to tweak, but not to shelve it for any significant period of time, because I think it's got some momentum, and it should be dealt with.
I think, my big concern is, making these statements and contract terms on the benefit of the city and the CRA. So having this discussion now is very important, because the purchase and sale agreement that the CRA needs to do for any of future of their products, because I feel that is more imminent. And so this is something that we would need to have as part of our negotiations as a CRA body, not necessarily as a city body. So I would be in favor of tabling until after a CRA discussion.
Motion to table.
Is there a second?
Mayor, are we in agreement that we're going to receive some input from the CRA as well, according to what Jim has just suggested?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it your expectation maybe to have it come back again for first reading in November? So we've got about a month to get the kind of feedback we just talked about. Was it too soon?
You feel adequate with that time?
Well, we'll get the document out to the CRA tomorrow.
Right. So the fact is, it's I believe the November 30th is the date that the fifth Tuesday that we're hearing from the 115, the different people that are applying. So if the city has an ordinance already in place, or language that we're currently drafting, it kind of gives them an understanding of where we're negotiating from as a CRA board.
I did a motion to the table.
I need a second. Thank you. And is there any other discussion from the commission? Seeing none, all those in favor state so by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
So I did want to speak about the general employee raises. I had a nice discussion with the different department directors and the city manager. And, it goes to what I was trying to do to find ways to make things equitable. Because the way that I was seeing it is that we're giving a lot of the raise money to the top earners, and not necessarily the same amount, and then the same amount of money was not going to the bottom earners. And if we did it by department, there would be a big discrepancy with a lot of the entry level employees regarding the department. And I really appreciate what Julie provided me with the different HRs, where we have some employees there who have increased their salary by 50% in less than 5 years. So the fact that the city is very good at career growth and keeping well-trained employees, I'm very pleased to see that. However, I didn't want to lose my idea, and I thought of something based upon the big spreadsheet that we got. Basically, if we kind of consider everybody on an hourly rate. And so our minimum wage now is $15 an hour. And if it's a 3% raise, they get about 45 cents an extra an hour, versus someone who's making $60 an hour gets, what's that? Is it $1.80? No, it's more than that. And so what I was thinking is having a minimum increase per hour for our lowest income earners of $1. So that means anybody who makes $15 an hour, $30 an hour would get $1 more. I'm not saying this is what the next commission would do. I'm not saying that this commission would do, but I'm saying that this is something that I'd like to do, because after all the employees that have been working in the pandemic, I feel that a 3% raise is not enough for our entry level employees that do a lot of the work dealing with the customers, the first initial response. So that is what I feel is what I would like. I don't necessarily know if that's something we already approved in the budget, but it's something where the tiered system, that it's based upon an hourly rate, that we have a minimum increase of $1, or maybe it's 75 cents, so that there may be some compression, but I don't feel like it's ever going to get a point. And this is just something that I feel as the mayor, where next year I will not be the mayor. So that's kind of, nobody talked about it at our budget talk, but that's something that, I don't know if, Lori, you're bringing that item back to us.
Yes, I think where you're headed, Mayor, and I think to reach the goal that I think I understand, as we've talked a little bit, we planned on bringing a discussion on premium pay with our ARPA funding to do exactly what you're talking about. And that's actually the intent of the Treasury, is to allow these funds to be used as premium pay for your lower income earners that were potentially, exposed, just like our first responders and so forth. Not exactly, but we have a large public population that worked with the public constantly through the pandemic.
People who didn't have the luxury of working from home.
Very few did, and that is exactly right. The public works and your utilities and your development staff and so forth that had to be here to provide service. So yes, we have an item coming. I think we're kind of doing it in just a variety of cost categories, just to give you an idea of what the dollars would be philosophically, or how to distribute that. We have received a couple requests from the unions, and we just said, hey, we need to, we want to take it to the commission and talk about it.
And the good news with the ARP funds, it's not based upon collective bargaining, or
it still would be.
There's still a connection. No matter what your source of funds, the city cannot unilaterally provide a change in wages or benefits to a city employee that's represented by a bargaining unit.
Okay.
It has to either bargain to give that benefit or obtain a waiver from the union to do so.
Okay. So, all right. My feeling is that we'll have that discussion later. But as I mentioned earlier, for the general employees that aren't, because they are the ones that have not received as much of a raise as the unionized employees have over the past 5 years, to do something more of a little bit more of an increase of 3% based upon an hourly wage increase, so that the bottom, people that are making under, whether it's $20 an hour, 25, 20, 30, get that same amount increase. On an hourly basis. So,
Mayor, could I have staff just go through some of these rightmost columns really quickly and what they mean? And the first few columns are pretty straightforward. We have the annualized pay, the 3%, and then the 3% tacked on. Could you help me understand the count and why some of them are dollars, some of them are numbers? There's Julie. Thank you.
He's the creator of this document.
Okay.
God bless her.
Good evening, Julie Oldberry, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. The count column, the column that says count.
So we have 3% and 3% annual, so that's 3% added on, and then to the count.
Okay, so what I did for, and I'm sorry, with the thick black line separates out the departments. So in the top line in the city attorney's office, there's one employee there. So hers didn't require any calculations as one person. But if you go down to the next one, for example, in the city clerk's office, there are 3 non-bargaining employees there. So the count is 3. The number just above the 3 and the number above the count number in all scenarios is the sum of the value of the 3%. So that 3% value column, the sum of that number is right above the count number.
Okay.
And then when what I did is divided
Equally.
that sum number divided by the number of people in the department, and then I put that number right above there. I was just trying to fit them all in. And then I just carried that number over into the equity column. And then I calculated a percentage based.
So just to be clear on the equity percent column, this is essentially the percent raise if they were to receive that evened out raise number value.
Exactly correct.
That's what I'm going to call it. Okay, so in this department, there are 3 employees. If you took all their 3% raises, divided it equally, it's 2,092. So some people will get a 2% raise, some will get a 4.4% raise, and another person will get a 3.6% raise.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood that. And with that, okay, I see the annualized. All right, thank you, Julie. I appreciate that.
With respect to the city attorney's office, there are 14 city attorneys essentially in my firm. 8 of them come here on a somewhat regular basis. Everybody in my law firm is vaccinated because we have mandatory vaccination. We have 2 employees that did leave after we met. Attorneys that do come here are vaccinated.
And so, basically, what I'm proposing, it doesn't really affect many of the general employees because, it kind of only affects the part-time employees and the very low. And so I don't know if that's something that I guess you could look at, so that instead of having based upon our hourly rate wages, that big spreadsheet that I saw yesterday, it's kind of having like a minimum increase of, let's say, something more than just 45 cents, which would be the minimum. So if it's, if they're making $17 an hour, instead of it being a little bit, not even 50 cents, something like 75 cents or something in that range.
I understand, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, my glasses are fucking off and on.
Yes.
Just question, so this would potentially cause people to leapfrog people in salary?
It will.
If I'm just above the minimum and I get the 3%, and I'm just below the minimum and I get the $1 increase, it's potential that less tenured employees will then be paid more marginally.
It does. Yes, it could happen.
And but more tenured employees at the lower rates also have that benefit that the part-time employees that have been here for a while. So that's kind of where I don't necessarily know if the commission is like to take a look into this any further. But what I'm saying is that what I would like to say is that the city's minimum increase for wages or a salary is either 3% or 75 cents, whichever is greater. 75 cents per hour increase. And so I don't know if that's something the commission would want to look into a little bit more, but I understand my first request is not in line because of all of our part-time employees and the fact that we have similar level positions in similar level in different departments that would create disparities.
Right, I understand that. I think my only question about your new proposal is there a scenario where that comes? I don't know. I don't, my head hurts and numbers aren't my friend. I prefer to read than to do numbers.
Okay.
But I don't know. I just, what I'm trying to say in all seriousness is that I don't know if what you're proposing is actually a thing. Like have you done the math on that, or are you just proposing a number?
It may increase, it's a little bit more than 3% for everybody, but I think it's negligible on the total salary, based upon the part-time employees that are getting an extra 75 cents an hour compared to 50 to 75 cents an hour.
Can someone make it make sense? It doesn't make sense to me quite now,
So,
right now. I think what I'm trying to say is that if the math works out, does it actually benefit what you're proposing, 3% versus 75 cents? Like,
No, yeah.
right. No, I'm saying, would it always work in that scenario where like a 75% raise could potentially be more than a 3% raise for certain employees? And
Correct. It's something where we are trying to increase the lowest end of our employees a little bit more than the higher end.
No,
But your lower end is in a collective bargaining agreement. Am I pretty accurate in saying that? Your lower paid parks and rec, or what, your sanitation, they're all in collective bargaining agreements.
Right. And
This is going to impact your middle managers.
I think mostly the library this affects. Because,
Well, it's very few employees. I mean, but overall,
you're looking at the library staff and how many of them that are making under 30,000 a year annualized if they were full-time.
So I guess my position at this point would be to stick with the percent raises, and this is just speaking from my experience, that the more caveats and tribalism that are created in raises, the more donut holes or gaps that you end up creating. And two, morale, and people do take it a certain way. If certain collective bargaining agreements are one thing, everybody knows they get different amounts based on their own bargaining. But I think with raises, the simpler answer, the better typically, because then there's less holes to poke in it or victims of not being part of the haves or the have-nots.
I mean, the problem is that the richest, the people that make the most money get the most raises. And then they look at other communities that do the same thing and they say, well, it's unfair that the other communities are still following this. This is something very different, as it is not really mentioned very much in Julie's career about having this aspect. And so the big thing that I'm asking for is to see what it would look like to have a minimum increase in salary of 75 cents an hour for the part-time and full-time employees as compared to 3%.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, and I don't mean to speak for you, so maybe I'm totally I don't get it, but I'm with you. I think that let me start with that. I'm with you 100% on creating this equity in our employees and staff within the city of Boynton Beach. What I don't follow is I think when it comes to trying to think outside of the box, I commend you because that's what you do very well. You always think outside of the box. I would instead perhaps put it on our HR and our city leadership to bring back some proposals of what other communities have done around this topic of creating better equity within the pay in their communities. And we can explore and see what could work here. Because I think just the kind of arbitrary, just kind of throwing out numbers of 75 cents or 3%, whichever is greater,
I'm not sure if that's the best way to kind of go about this. And we've kind of touched on this topic for the last 3 commission meetings, and I feel like we're kind of doing a cyclical thing here. And I don't know if we're getting any closer to what you are looking for, which is, again, something that I'm looking for as well, an opportunity that would allow for our lowest paid employees to get something, that is long-term and that allows them to have a better equity in terms of how they get paid and how they get compensated, just as fairly as our highest paid employees. I think we're setting a precedent here for what, pay scales and pay equity can be for the future. And if we're going to do it, let's do it right. And perhaps maybe when we do this research, we find that no one has done it right. And maybe we still have to draft our own thing of how we do this. But I would venture to say that of the thousands of cities that there are across the US, maybe somebody else has done this and they've done it right. So if we can charge our HR and city leadership to go out and find who has done something like what you're proposing and has done it right and has made it work, I would be all for entertaining that and potentially, completely, changing how we've done things and not continuing to do things the same way we've always done it. But that would be the only way that I would want to proceed, because right now it's just very kind of haphazard and
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's, basically it's saying that everyone gets the same amount of raise as someone who makes $25,000 a year for the city. It is kind of what I'm trying to say, because $25 an hour, because $25 an hour times 0.03 equals 75 cents. And someone who makes roughly $25 an hour makes around $50,000 a year. And so that's something that I'm saying, is that everybody who makes under $50,000 a year should get the same hourly raise increase. Or you can say, the people that make $20 an hour, which is 60 cents, and so that the minimum increase would be 60 cents or 3%. But that's kind of what I'm saying, is that everybody who makes under $20 an hour, under $25 an hour, I'd like to give them the same percent increase, not the same amount increase, not a different percent increase. Yes, Commissioner Katz.
So I think the issue here is that 2 different concepts have been married together, raises and salary adjustments, which are 2 very different things. If the goal is to identify lower earning employees and determine that we want their base salaries to be higher, which would not be relevant to raises, it would be an adjustment in the salary that was assigned to an employee with a certain job title and a certain number of years experience. I'm all for exploring salary adjustments for the lower end of the scale. I think the marriage of that effort into raises is creating these gangly scenarios where percentages and all that, and in a good, well-intentioned effort. So I would just say that these are 2 separate issues, that my preference would be to move forward with the budgeted raise and then ask staff, if this is the desire of the commission, to look at our lowest earning employees across the spectrum of job titles, and determine costs associated with increasing, I won't call them steps because they're not steps for a lot of these non-unionized, but I think Julie has an understanding of what I'm saying, that the marriage of the percent and the raise with the salary adjustment is creating, it doesn't happen that way for a reason, because they're 2 distinct things. And on a personal note, I think the application of the term and concept of equity to trying to say that everyone deserves the same raise, regardless of tenure, regardless of skill, regardless of job title, I think is a dangerous path to go, because they don't deserve the same. If I have a position and you're a subordinate to me and I have more responsibilities and I have degrees that are required to obtain that position and I've worked here for 15 years versus your 2 years, we should not get the same. That is not equity. That's equal, I guess. That's that, you know, that image of what's fair and what's equitable, where standing on the boxes at the fence. This isn't equity. This is, I guess, fair or equal, which is sometimes inherently unequitable is the point I'm trying to make. So I'm for raising minimum salary levels for low income positions, but I just don't want to go down a road where, and I see this at the school district, if teachers get a 3% raise, then the superintendent gets a 3% raise, but the superintendent makes $300,000 a year. So that's 10 grand. But I don't begrudge the superintendent for having a position that requires higher qualifications and all that. So I just want to make sure this doesn't turn into a haves and have nots where the middle or higher income employees need to have their raises taken. We can do both, is my point. We can adjust low income salaries and maintain decent raises. That's my personal preference, just based on my experience.
So we'll have a discussion on premium pay later.
So we're now?
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't mind the discussion. What I don't like is to be given a piece of paper when I sit down here at this dash that I've never seen before. This item that we're discussing is not even on the agenda. So I just feel that we need to make these items, put them on the agenda, get everybody the information so that we can do our own research and talking to people. I think we got the experts in the HR department who know us very well. We got Justin Katz here, who president of the Teachers Association for Palm Beach County. I value his opinion on that. But what I feel uncomfortable here is not having the opportunity as everybody else to do my own research and ask my own questions. We go through and we talk about what the agenda is going to be and we vote on it. We should stick to that. I understand what you're trying to do. But I say that if we want to move forward on this, make it an agenda item, let staff bring back the concepts and ideas that have been discussed, and we take a look at it. I'm glad we're not trying to decide on anything tonight, because I would have to vote no. But let's make it an agenda item and stop wasting time. That's not wasting time, but it is. With these long discussions about something that's not on the agenda. That's my feeling.
All right. I appreciate that. With that being said, if there's no further discussion, John, I'll ask for the closing.
Thank you, Mayor Grant. As a reminder, a recorded version of this session will be posted to the City of Boynton Beach's YouTube channel. Links to that channel are available on the City of Boynton Beach's website at boynton-beach.org. This concludes today's meeting. On behalf of Mayor Grant and all of our elected officials, the city manager and city staff, thank you for attending today's City of Boynton Beach Commission meeting. Be safe and have a great evening.